Afternoon, Skip.
Hello. How are you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
Good, good. You family all okay?
Yeah, thank you for asking. How about yours?
They
Okay.
are. They are.
Yeah.
Hi,
Maybe.
everyone.
Hello, Amabet. Hello,
Hello.
Everyone.
Annalise.
Babette, Elise, Caroline's coming online.
Good
Well,
afternoon.
thanks for joining us today. Oh, there's James.
Okay. Okay. I see everybody here.
I think so.
Oh, David, are you here? David? Let's give him one more minute. Good to see everybody today.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's beautiful to be here.
You too. How are you today, Reverend James?
Oh,
You are not feeling you were not feeling okay last time.
I have my official work suit today. It was kind of. I'm gonna text. Thank you for asking, Emma, but I'm gonna text David. So we had a kind of my work situation. Today's I don't have to go to work. They allow me to stay home and do my CPE. And yesterday I drove to another facility about 2.5 hour or 3 hours distance from here. And then all of a sudden I got an email from another facility that I oversee. They had a family death, and staff members were kind of nervous about what to do. So, okay, I sent one of chaplains nearby, and we had a family meeting. So I went there today. That's why I came back with my uncomfortable. Maybe I'll take away this uncomfortable outfit. This is my work suit. And I came back. Hey, David here.
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon here.
Good afternoon.
Let's begin with our group process. I want to do something different today. And those of you who never led our group, like a centering moment, I'd like to give you opportunity to lead our centering moment if there's something that you want to practice with us and leading us into a centering moment. Group level 1, most likely for you guys. I think most of them tried. Anyone else want to try centering?
I'll try.
You tried? Good.
Hi, everyone. We are going to have some moment to focus on our study today. So I would like you to close your eyes and think about you being like eagle. The eagle is a big bird that's known in America and maybe elsewhere too. But you, as being an eagle, you think of flying up. You stretch your wings to the cross, to right and left. You stretch your wings, but you will stay hovering before you take off. You gather your energy. Get focused. Gather your energy stabilize your body. And when you feel stable, and when you feel you have gathered all your energy, you are ready to take off. Up. That's how you fly. Up, by gathering your energy and being focused. So you are up, away from high gravitational attraction, and your eyes are focused also to do what you want to do. So you are focused. If you get there, tell me you are there and you are focused, and you can tell me that you are here. You can open your eyes and tell me you are here.
I'm here.
Thanks.
I'm here.
Here. I'm here.
I'm here. Thank you.
I'm still flying.
Take your time.
Breathing. I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Amabeth. That's a good illustration, Eagle. Yeah. Okay, check-in time. Let's share briefly what happened to in your life, clinical sites, and any experience you want to bring into the group.
I'll share. I had two untraditional care encounters. One was walking down the hall, and the care provider, walking beside each other, looked at me and said something like, "If we ever needed to talk, we could talk in the chapel." I didn't understand her at first. And I said, "Excuse me?" And I said, "Well, of course." She said, "We may have to do that sometime." Um, so I said, "Well, just let me know." Um, and then later that week, in checking out from the cafeteria, the lady, one of the workers, she seemed to be a little red flush on her cheeks. I don't remember that before. And when she was checking out, I called her name and I said, "Are you okay?" And she says, "No, it's going to be okay." And I said, "Are you sure?" "Yeah," she said, "I'm just working through some things." So I thought it was odd in this week that I had two people, and I think it just reminded me to be ever present and available to observe people you see every day, but be prepared for how they may seem different and off. Now, I mean, it's up to them if they ever wanted to talk, but I think I was glad I was not more excited about my oatmeal or we're getting somewhere. I got to get to that floor, about being intentional and slow. And I think some people test the waters and they put a hint out there. Are you going to be available? Are you going to pick up on my clues? And, that's not really happened before. And I thought, well, this is good. And I thought, isn't it interesting that they would take that? So I was humbled that they trusted. I was glad I was at a place that day, these two different separate days. And I think it reminded me, the people that you see every day, one is works in cafeteria. The other is, I think, a social worker. How you treat them daily determines their opinion of you, whether or not to trust you. and not to see them as just somebody performing a function. So I thought that was interesting. I was grateful for that they trusted me with that, and I hope they're okay. So that was interesting. Once you're at a place long enough to build that. So I was thankful that they trusted me and that I was able to be available. So thankful for that. Anyone else want to share?
I can go. Skip, thank you for sharing just your reflections on. I think what stood out to me was on how you were glad that you were able to slow down and be present, so that other coworkers could approach you, even if they're not ready to say everything yet, but that they recognize your presence, um, and you hope to continue to be there that way. Did I get that right? It's funny because I was just thinking about, in some ways, the opposite, that I was at main jail yesterday, and I do door to doors on different floors, so I'm only there Wednesday afternoons. It's not my main site, so I'm just not there that often. But I was going to visit one of the dorms, and the deputy there was like, "Oh, hi, it's Chaplain Caroline, right?" I'm like, "How do you remember my name?" And it really like moved me and sort of reminded me, like, I think there have been times where I've been more intentional about learning the deputies' names and greeting them by names. And this week I've been really tired, and I have not been doing that a good service. So it was a reminder to me of like how seen I felt to be called by name by one of the deputies who welcomed me into his unit, and how much I want to do that for them as well. So, the other kind of silly thing, but Elmwood, as Ron has described, is this like big campus, and it's like a protected zone for birds. I don't feel like would be able to describe this better. But there are tons of geese everywhere, baby geese, big geese everywhere, and which are both adorable. And then there's a lot of goose poop everywhere. But I was trying to get to a dorm, and there were two very large geese, like right on the path. No babies. So I was like, I'm just going to try to go by. And one of the geese hissed at me really loudly. And I was like, whoa. And I was like, you know what? It's kind of funny to me to say the most scared I've ever been at the jail is this geese. The geese hissing at me. And it's just funny because I have some friends who are like, oh, are you scared working at the jail? Like, are you safe? And I always tell them, yeah, I feel safe. Obviously, I have to be aware, but I have to be safe. And now I'll be like, the most scared I've ever been is wondering if a goose was about to attack me. So, and I'm grateful that we have that bit of nature there too. So, anyways, that's my week, and I'm coming to you guys a bit tired, but happy to see you guys. So, anyone else?
Beautiful. Thank you, Carolyn. I'll go next. Yeah, well, it's heard you say that you're grateful that the deputy remembered your name, and it's always a challenge for us to remember all the deputy names. And it was funny that you got out of all the things startled by geese. And there's so many of them. Usually, this is the springtime, right? You see a lot of mother geese and the dad goose protecting the young ones. So typically, that
Hmm.
is the setting when they get a little violent. They're all Canadian geese, first of all. That's what the breed is. And because they're Canadian, one deputy called them they're undocumented geese. So anyway, so we had a startling, what do you call, email that we got from my boss, um, maybe Tuesday this week, Monday, Tuesday. It's from an inmate, a woman inmate, who told the mental health professional that she wants to kill one of the chaplains. She didn't say who it was. And that startled me. I mean, I know Liz works pretty hard, my boss in that area. And it's not about the threat, it's about it just softens your heart so much with so much love for the person that is being threatened. I wrote briefly about it in my the next week's reflection, I'll put them together in a proper way. And what it tells you is basically, as Carolyn was saying, we are safe, yet we need to be aware, right? And sometimes it's a spectrum, right? From safe to vigilance or safe to fear is like a full spectrum, and we need to monitor ourselves within that space where we are, right? And this is a reminder, no matter how familiar 5+ years I've been in this place, I am with the place, but there are always going to be circumstances where we need to just step back from a chaplain role and take on a full attention to self and protect ourselves in many ways. And at the same time, it's a beautiful opportunity to empathize the mental health situation of these inmates. They are going through immense amount of trauma-related stress. This is all not intentional. From what I see, it is a reaction to the situation that they are in. And that's a beautiful opportunity to pray and hope they feel sane and safe and normal sometime. That's what I got out of that. Thank you. Anyone else? I want to create an emoji like this.
There is one. Yes. Thanks, Ram, for sharing your feelings and where you're at today. I heard you talk about a very difficult situation at your clinical site, threats being made, but also seeing the opportunity for greater, deeper spiritual care. Did I get that right? Great. Thank you. Yeah, I would say a similar thing has been happening with me at my clinical site. I had a significant death on Sunday when I worked again. Um, and then that brought up issues about who's in charge in the ED at the time of death. So I've had some conversations about that. Actually, the event, the issue, the activity around that was reported as like the chaplain called the wrong, and that would be me that day. The chaplain called the wrong ME or medical examiner, and my boss brought that to me, and I just totally rejected it. I was like, no, that's not even true. Um, and I rejected it because we are required to call the ME for my county, this county that I'm in, and then that ME refers or defers to the appropriate one. And that's something that the ED staff aren't aware of. But it comes back as the chaplain called the wrong ME. So I've been thinking a lot about the political kind of environment that emerges in a clinical setting. I've been thinking about that because this is not the first time claims like that have been made about me or others, but me particularly, I'm the newest chaplain in our department. So people are just trying to figure me out and get to know me at the same time. So it's kind of a tense situation, but I feel supported. But that's what's been going on with me, is thinking about how that could be like an opportunity for some deeper growth as well at uh, the hospital at Children's Mercy. So, anyone else?
Hello, Annalise. Hello, everyone. Annalise, I overheard you saying that you encountered some political aspect of your work at the hospital, right? And that was a little bit surprise to you, but it's an opportunity for you to also build upon, your skills in handling those kind of situation. Did I hear it right?
Yes, you did. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
David.
Yes, for me, my week was a very tough one, very busy week. Um, at the same time, I took it as a learning opportunity. Um, there was a lot of work. I don't know. but for some reason, I had to go so many rounds. There were so many patients who needed our service, spiritual care services. My supervisor was also trying to introduce me into other areas of the work that we do in that hospital. So there were many things going on. There were a couple of deaths that were also very tough on me. Yesterday, in particular, there was an African American who passed. We had just received an alert to go and visit. When my supervisor went there were doctors and nurses over in the room, so he couldn't make the visit. So he said, "Okay, David, let's wait for a while and then go and see what is going on." So later on, about an hour later, hour and a half later, I went and there was nobody there. I pushed the curtain a little bit to see if, because usually we do that to see if the patient is sleeping or something like that. But in this particular situation, when I didn't see anybody, I saw some paper on the bed. So I just drew back, and the nurse called and said, "Oh, do you need anything?" I said, "No, I was coming to visit this patient." And she said, "He passed." So that was a very emotional moment for me. We never had the opportunity to visit this patient. However, this week, as I said, was a tough one. I also had an opportunity. My supervisor introduced me to one area called pre-surgery, where we encounter with patients before they go for any procedure. And that was a learning encounter. And I hope to learn more about how to deal with that situation. My first attempt was okay, but after reflection with my supervisor, I realized that there were a lot more I could have done better. But that was fine. It was my first attempt anyway. Anyway, so my week was tough, but it was a good learning experience. A lot of work over there at the Kaiser. I think they need more people than what we have over there. But that is my experience for the week. Yeah. And I'm glad to be here with you guys. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, David, for sharing. I heard you saying that this week was a tough one and a lot of learning experience, and you were guided by your supervisor. You evaluated yourself. You could have done more. Did I get you right?
Yes, you got me right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, my week was really good, except that the church lost a prominent figure. The person was a president of the seminary. He was, well, the university too, actually. So he was one of the founding member of Fresno Pacific University, if you know him. If you know, Edmund Johnson was very known professor and president. So we lost him this week, and the church is saddened by that, and I know him, so I'm sad. However, we have to make adjustments, and the church has to mourn a little bit, and we'll have a memorial service this coming Monday. That's that, and other than that, my experience, my practice here under the church is very well, going very well, and I'm so thankful that I'm assigned here. we don't know that we needed each other, and we needed people that we thought we trust. So trust is a big issue for people to lay their hurt, share their burden. So I found it very, very important in my future career. So thank you. And I'm glad I'm here with you guys. Anyone else?
Thank you, everybody. Sounds like a lot happened to each one of you with a different topics and situation. I'm glad to hear that you went through. I'm glad to hear that you are here and with us with a group. Such is life. Okay. We have four, let me put it in here in my note. 4 presentations today, and it can be categorized. First one is verbatim, second one is book discussion. So I want group verbatim goes first. I think they'll be much easier to process later with a book discussion. So David and Skip has verbatims. So when you make decision who goes first, and you can say it right now if you want. And later book discussion, same thing. I want you to say
Skip first, please.
First?
Skip, if you can go first, if you want to.
Yes.
He volunteered to skip.
Why I process my mind?
I accept that nomination. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Second. I second.
All right.
Third.
If there's no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes. Robert Rules of Order. Does that trigger you about church meetings?
Every church denomination meeting. Oh. Yeah. Okay, then Skip will go first and David will second. In between, we will take 10 minutes break. Then after that, the second part is about book discussion. So between Caroline and Annalise, you have a chance to discuss who will go first and second.
I have no strong feelings, but I'm happy to go first.
First.
If Annalise has a preference,
no preference at all. Yes, I will yield to Caroline going first.
Okay.
Okay, Caroline first, and Annalise will be the second. I want to make sure book discussion remains probably 40 minutes so that we can have some cushions between breaks. Okay? All right. Since according to the Roberts rules, Skip is the first verbatim presenter, and let's jump into that wonderful journey together. Skip, you ready?
I am ready, sir. And what is my time? I'm watching my time always. So
I put it in here about an hour. Yeah, verbatim needs more attention, so about an hour.
So 50 and then time for questions.
Yeah, that would be great.
And then if you'll let me share.
Can you request?
It says host disabled attendee sharing screen.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to do it. Each time advance share all participants. How about that?
Very good. All right, thank you, friends, and I look forward to sharing with you this encounter on my verbatim. Thank you for your patience. I feel like I've talked a lot. So this is my 4th verbatim, and I didn't know what to do, but I found it. You know when you find a challenging situation. So this is an encounter. Sometimes in the ICU, people are there just a moment. Some people can be there a week or 2 weeks. And this is an individual with whom I had almost a daily encounter while on the unit. I will call her MM, a 60-year-old cisgender female. Her primary support is her family, immediately her sister. She is end-stage cancer, terminal, untreatable, plus dialysis, gout, multiple conditions. African American, Christians, very conservative. Visited her on this encounter 327 on the ICU. This encounter was about 30 minutes. And so my goals for this verbatim would be twofold. One, I recognized countertransference by way of a family member on the phone. However, I acknowledge the countertransference, but it still crept in throughout the encounter. The presence of countertransference present with a family member when they were not in the room, but on the phone with the patient, helped identify transference issues with MM. So there's countertransference to me, but also transference issues to her as a religious leader of a different tradition. I was white. I'm white, progressive in my theology, especially around issues of death and dying. I do recognize in myself the desire to be liked by everyone. And I know this is my performance tendency and my pleaser traits. I came to understand that I enter into this space with my authentic self and to offer spiritual care. I was surprised by the degree by a family member made me unsettled. I was hoping that I would have a solo visit with M, but noticed that the family member and M kept her on the phone. So one of my trigger personalities are older, controlling religious women from the painfulness of my past. So did I deal with it, but help me understand, did it creep back in, and how did I put it in perspective? And then there was lots of social identities, religious differences. Secondly, working with a patient who's different theological perspective than your own. We cannot change their theology, but can a chaplain challenge it? We mine, like miners, we mine their theology and introduce another perspective for their spiritual care. And this was the week before Easter. So I would visit her daily, and nearly every day she would say, "I'm okay." She'd wave me away. But there was internal struggle, but she's on my unit. I'm going to offer her spiritual care. So those are the two areas of feedback. It's related to that are behavioral sciences, her social economic perspective, articulate an approach to spiritual care rooted in one's spiritual tradition. Also, our social identities were so different. Black, conservative, lower middle class, white, middle class, progressive, gay, heterosexual. So those are the goals, and I can do background. I can stop here for the goals.
You want to stop here?
Or I can do some more background.
Yeah.
Okay. So M is going to die. She's on dialysis, end-stage renal disease. She has abdominal cancer with a large mass, which is beyond treatment. She's obese, bedridden, overall very serious state. She has been on a cycle of long-term care facility, then back to the ICU. She is a widow with a supportive family who's expressed strong evangelical faith. Throughout her stay, there have been many difficult encounters between M and her family and the care providers. I had visited her weekly on her stay. Also, the family member was present over much of this time. and their strong belief in a miracle that she would be healed. They appear to be suspicious of me over my time and I've gained a little trust, but not much. They held me at a different distance, maybe because of my race, could have been my rainbow pen, or because I was connected with the care team. Recently, a family member resumed their normal activities at his common and prolonged stay. She even had fired a palliative team doctor that came in. The family forbid them to come back. So there's history. They're low processing. They're thinking, for example, well, if we can just fix the blood pressure, she'll get better and go home. And so there's a miscommunication between the two. They have a church family, a pastor who I've seen one time visit with his wife. My plan was the entire caregiving team would struggle with this patient. They seem not to grasp the serious issue of her health, instead invoking her health. The care team was really at their wits' end of how to have a breakthrough with the team. They kept me at a distance. I know that some progress have been made recent. So recently, a day before our visit, I was informed by someone on rounds that a team member had finally broken through to her and that she was planning her funeral. So I had an opportunity. So the day before she's planning her funeral, I come to the room and nobody's there. Then we begin the verbatim.
Thank you, Skip. As usual, let's go back to your goals. So it give us direction where you want us to go. And
there's so much, so much in this. I would think, first of all, the beast countertransference, and her transference with me as a religious leader of a different tradition. So she's perceiving me as different. I'm perceiving her or her associates that trigger me as conservative, controlling females. So the issue of countertransference. And then secondly, how we use their theology different from our own to bring a sense of healing and insight into their care experience.
So I want to go. Thank you. I want to go a little bit detailed. That first one about countertransference beast. It seems you aware what happened, but your question is, after awareness, it crept in. It just unconsciously you kicked in again. So maybe you're asking us any countertransference you crept in the situation.
Yes.
And we can notice it. It can help us. Okay, that's clear. The second question is about different faith. Can chaplain challenge it? We can explore that too. Group, you have any questions to clarify the scene or story?
Yeah, thank you. Wow, as always, Skip, pretty powerful. And knowing you, I'm very curious. Right, it's beautiful. Thank you for bringing this. My question on countertransference is one is catching or being aware of countertransference. That's one aspect. The related aspect is want to really understand your perspective of how it impacted your caregiving.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So
yes.
I'll try to follow up. If that is the dimension you are asking for feedback, please correct me. Yeah.
No, that's spot on. So
okay, thank you.
In the care encounter, we can recognize it and we can have the mental effort to put it aside. Well, but was I able to do that? Yeah. Thank you, Ron.
Anyone else?
Thank you for sharing this. I'm like, there's already going to be so much here. For the second part where you said we cannot change their theology, but can the chaplain challenge it? I guess the question that came to my mind reading that question was, what does the patient need?
Mm-hmm.
What does maybe the chaplain kind of need? I don't know. I guess I'm asking, like, is that the right question under the question, or am I misunderstanding a little bit?
Well, I think there's twofold. One, when we meet a theology that is so different from us, do we have it within our capacity to allow that to be their theology? This is not about my theology. And can we embrace their theology? Second, challenge is probably a harder word, but how can we use their theology for emotional clarity, insight, and growth? Not my theology, but what is within their system of belief that we can discover, then use toward them for, again, spiritual care.
That's helpful. Thanks
Yeah.
for giving more color around that. Yeah.
Okay, Skip. Let's go to your verbatim and tell
So
us about your need. Yeah.
So we'll need someone to be M, and she's marked as MM, and then I need someone for the internal thoughts, however scary they may be in my head.
I can be MM.
All right, Annalise, thank you. And then internal thoughts. I can only see the speaker who's speaking, so if you'd speak up.
I'm happy to be the internal thoughts.
Very good. They are marked. They are marked. Internal thoughts are in parentheses. And then C is the chaplain, MM is the care recipient. Can everyone read that? It's 125.
Yeah.
Okay.
MM is on her phone, as is often the case. She leaves it on during the visit.
M, I wanted to visit with you today. Is it a good time to visit, or do you need me to, or do you need to be on the phone?
Sorry, I was on mute. It's okay. I'm always on the phone talking with family.
I'm bothered by this. MM's family has kept me at a distance during her stay in the unit. They are very religious and female. I know what this is all about. My countertransference from females who are controlling. I saw that MM was alone, but came to find out that she's not alone. One of her sisters is on the phone, and therefore in the visit, my feelings are valid, and I know I've been hurt by this personality type. That is my issue, and this is about MM. I chose to recognize my feeling, and by return to focus on MM. Talking on the phone is how she stays connected to people who loves her. She just was planning her funeral. She wants to be connected with her family, a sister most likely.
M, that's just fine. You want to be connected with the people you know and love. M, how are you doing today?
I'm hoping that she will let me in.
Then she pauses. What's the ITP? ITP too.
That is because remember that some of my verbatim are about board certification indicators.
Okay, good. I'm gonna be MM
She
too.
pauses some
Yeah, there
things.
you go. I don't really know. I've just been thinking about things.
I know that she was planning her funeral, but I want her to tell me about it. It's her story to tell. I feel the sister's presence on the phone. This is the first time that MM has shared anything with me. I want to be present for her. I acknowledge the sister, but decide to take the risk and ask MM. I may not get this moment again.
What have you been thinking about?
I talked with them yesterday,
The palliative team.
and I know that I'm going to die.
She begins to cry.
I'm okay with that.
She talks slowly with tender cry.
M, that sounds like sadness. Can I be sad with you?
Yes,
Sister's still on phone. I know she's listening. We've had some issues with the family. Why am I still thinking about the sister? I know that faith is very important to them.
I also,
Oh, I'm
I'm,
sorry. That's
that's
me.
okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Em.
Okay. I also know that it's God's plan, and this is not all that's in store for me. I also feel hopeful.
You are feeling both sadness and at the same time feeling hopeful. It's like a coin. On one side, there's sadness, and on the other side, there is hope.
The sister offers agreement. Okay, the sister is here with us.
I know that He's got me and that I am His.
Em, do you know what holiday is next week?
She pauses and waits. She thinks, I know that ICU stays can cause a fog for patients. I don't rush, but wait.
Her sister says, Easter. That's right, it's Easter. I know that Easter is about sadness and it's about hope. There is Good Friday, and then comes Sunday.
Resurrection.
She says with a smile, and the sister agrees.
We are able to feel all of those things. And you can feel the sadness and you can feel the hope next week as we walk with Jesus in Holy Week.
Yes, that's right.
She agrees again.
Em, do you have a favorite song on Easter?
This is a risk. What song will she pick? Will it even be important to her?
My pastor, who died some time ago, would always sing a song on Easter.
She's thinking, she's looking for it through her memory.
He lives.
Oh, because he lives, right?
Yes, that's it. He lives, and she mouths the words.
Do you know the song? Sister, do you know the song? They agree.
I begin to speak and sing the song in low voice, hoping that she'll join me, and she does, along with the sister.
Because he lives, I can face tomorrow. Because he lives, all fear is gone. Because I know who holds tomorrow, I can face uncertain days. Because he lives.
We finish the song, and I'm crying, so tender. This is so important to her, but does the song make the fear go away? Not the best mental health message. This is about her and what helps her on the week she's planning her funeral.
They won't be asking me to sing any songs in church.
She
Me
laughs.
neither, Em. Yeah, me neither, Em. And we laugh together. Em, thank you for sharing with me and for helping me sing that song.
I'm sorry for being mean to you.
Whoa, she realizes that's been short with me, keeping me at a distance.
Thank you for saying so, Em. I know that when someone is on the ICU, it's not their best day, and you've been here through so many challenges. I know that this is the first time we've had really been able to visit and talk. Thank you for letting me in your life today.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, first question is because of your countertransference, we will go there first and your theological question later. But I want to ask a group, not group, analysts, how was your feeling? Any feeling as you're playing as a patient?
I mean, I could see that, feel like Em was opening up Ian was opening up, so it felt like, really playing someone who's like flower, opening up, coming alive.
Then how about Skip? How was you getting into this situation again? How was your
Well,
feeling?
obviously I was excited about doing it again because I was so honored that she let me in, because we're talking weeks of, away. And I remember thinking, don't mess it up. Get this right. She let you in. And there was some more conversation. We bring the brevity, the meat of the conversation. Um, it felt good. Still feel that sister presence there a little bit,
Okay.
like she's there, but she's not. Do I acknowledge her? Do I not? And that weird dynamic, because the phone's on her chest. So it's right. She's right there. And how I handled that. Acknowledge her, don't acknowledge her. She's clearly there. She's listening to everything this chaplain says. So how I handled that. So it felt good, but I can tell I'm back in that moment. So honored that she let me in. It was such a victory.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good description. And I want to tweak a little bit and the angle. So group will focus on countertransference. So how was because can you go up a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
And C2, I think.
Yeah, there was a lot there.
Yeah, C2. And there's beginning with I am bothered by this. Let's stay moment. My question is, why bothered? What triggered you?
My expectation was the family had been away for some time. And the team member said she was planning her funeral yesterday. I look in and there's no family. And I think I step into the room thinking that it's going to be an encounter between the two of us. Mano to mano.
Mano to mano. So you have expectation.
I had expectation it'd be just the two of us. Then I see clearly she's on the phone.
That bothers you.
So for me, my social bringing up was, someone's in the room, can I call you back? But she didn't do that. So she chose to keep the sister in the room. So I thought, okay, they're here. And I'm thinking the family's always there. They just weren't there physically.
Okay. There's a complexity right there. We're going to unpack a little bit. You mentioned about bothered, but how was your feeling at that moment? Let's go one layer down.
I was bothered and frustrated. Frustrated that the sisters would hamper yet me again from providing the opportunity of care to M.
Okay.
They were the gatekeepers.
So frustration, just before frustration, how was you feeling?
I was probably pissed off.
Before pissed off, how was you feeling before this?
Everything? I was excited about going in.
There you go. Yeah.
I got it. This can be it.
Mm-hmm.
This is it.
Okay. So there's a between. You're excited. I'm sorry. I have a dry thought today. And pissed off, you're angry. So the between there is trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Trigger. We're gonna find out that trigger. Let's throw into the group. What could be the trigger between there? I think Skip mentioned one word, expectation.
Mm-hmm. I was just going to say.
What other things you notice it?
I think there's a little bit of Skip, it's more a question to you, is there's something, a preconceived aspect that feels like an unprocessed, that really is acting up, and you're experiencing the reaction as against you deliberately engaging with that. Am I making sense?
Mm. Can you explain it again?
So when you say I'm bothered by this, which is
Mhm.
tried to, as Reverend James was saying, there is a preset expectation and something intruded with that expectation, and bother comes.
Well, and I
Correct?
think, yes. And I think part of that was it was important to me because she's getting close to discharge. You can't stay
Right,
on
right.
ICU forever. So the clock is ticking. So I wanted to get it. So part of that is how I wanted to be viewed. And I should have put this in my analysis, how I wanted to be perceived by the team. They said, oh, Skip, she was planning her funeral. Now I have a chance.
That's what I was
So that,
asking,
yeah.
basically. Yeah. So there is a lot of energy going towards self,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's what I'm asking for some
Yes.
double clicking or exploring. So when the energy shifts towards self away from the patient, there are some was there any preconceived thoughts or ideas about something that your conditionality that you're bringing to that situation?
Yes, I think on reflection, I wanted for her to have emotional insight, but the truth is, I wanted to fix her and heal her.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Somehow thinking that if I had a moment, and see how arrogant and uberous is that? If I have a moment with her, she'll have clarity.
Yeah.
Now that's yeesh.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I think I'm curious too if you had a specific desired endpoint, like that you wanted her to accept her death in a way she hadn't before, or I don't know what it is. It's not coming across here as you having like a very specific agenda, but I do think that I've seen this, that like I look at this and I'm like, wow, you're reflecting for me when I go in with a desire or expectation, my emotions are so much higher
Mm-hmm.
than when I go in being like, well, let's just see what happens today.
Well, and some of that is in my analysis. Often in the chaplain role, we are forced to deal with a theology that we wouldn't adapt, that they are forced to reconcile. So God's going to heal you, God's going to heal you, and God doesn't heal her. And then we're expected to pick up the pieces or to help make sense out of that. And there's some frustration for me when a theology isn't equipped for death and dying, but yet we're where's the church now? Here she is the day before planning her funeral, and we're forced to help make sense of that. Well, where is your faith in death and dying? And some of that is some energy I have against that prosperity. God's going to always heal. Just keep believing He's going to heal her. He's going to heal her. And how I see this woman suffering so much to the point they wouldn't let her go to palliative team for comfort measures and pain management. And it did, and it's for my reflection as well about ethics and medical ethics. The team struggled with, what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
But
With
the
So
this,
interesting thing is, like, I see how much. Sorry, James,
go
just
ahead,
very quickly.
Caroline.
I I totally see how what you're describing like adds extra weight on your mind going in. But the really interesting thing to me, now that you explained this background, is in the conversation, that is not the theology she expresses in the moment at all. So
that was a
that was
breakthrough.
just, yeah.
That was the breakthrough.
But I think you
That was
came in
it.
with all this energy of like, I
Yeah.
need to deal with her theology that I think put extra pressure on you
Mm-hmm.
when that wasn't what she actually presented then. And I wonder if it would just have lowered the pressure. I mean, obviously, you didn't know what she was going to say,
Right.
but as it turns out, the theology she expressed was not one that I think was as provoking to you.
Or she expressed language in her vocabulary of faith that allowed for the embrace of suffering.
Mm-hmm.
And, and to me, that was the thread that I was able to connect to.
Okay.
That gave her permission to embrace suffering.
So now here we have two choices. Skip, would you like to keep unpacking about what we are going through, right? Your expectation and your analysis, or you want to go to what I suggest is what will be your trigger?
Yeah.
What would the group want to? What would
Oh, it's
benefit the
your
group?
no. This is your trigger.
Exactly.
Well, it's me, dang it. It's always the trigger. I mean, I don't think I'm triggered. And then, you bring this and you
Yeah,
realize
because you said that
I
you were
am.
excited and now pissed off. There's a trigger.
Yeah.
That trigger could be countertransference. You realize it definitely,
Yes.
but it's more than deeper. You want to go to trigger?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
The certainly the trigger is I can name that. The trigger is powerful, conservative people of faith who cause pain and suffering in my life. And I was a victim of that theology, and
There you go.
sometimes by women. I was hurt and lost everything because of that theology, and that's why I reject it. But I'm in a position where I have to deal with that.
Tell me more about that story. You feel rejected, you're victimized by the power and that authority, or
Well, it's that assumed power and unassumed power. In my experience in a Baptist tradition, it's not necessarily in a male leadership role. Sometimes it's the females who have power and authority, and to be, for example, a painful moment where you're actually questioned on, the business meeting of why you're doing what you're doing and how, the gossip and the hurt. Did you hear about, that he's gay, and what are we going to do about that? All of that. So I was a recipient of not a redemptive practice, but of a practice of victimization. And so, and not about the gay issue, but my ex-wife told me she was hurt more by the church than about me coming out as a gay man. Now she's a preacher's wife of a large church. What does that tell you about how church can be? So my whole family has has been victimized by conservative, unhealthy, and I don't want to say that in the wrong way, unhealthy church environments that use the language of faith to control, manipulate, and hurt people.
Now, then, how would you connect your story that shared with your feeling?
So my feeling is, ooh, I'm around these people again. I am safe. They cannot bother me. They can bother me, but they cannot change who I am. I do not need their acceptance. I can be authentically who I am. And so, I tell myself that, but it still can be there.
So how was your feeling right now after sharing who you are against negative feelings?
Oh, very, very, very complete in, having come through that. I'm thankful to be in a place where I can be authentically myself, and they have no control over who I am.
Okay.
And they can choose to reject who I am, and I'm okay with that. And it could be that it happens time and time again, but we had built a relationship with this family because they were there over weeks, and I saw their suffering, and I saw how their theology wasn't helping but actually hurting her.
I think that is a really good process, but somehow when you visit the patient, that process is countertransference. You are who you are. They came back.
Yes.
My father triggers. So in terms of countertransference, I think it has to be more fully deep into it, process and breathe. And that is my comment on C2. And about group, that's my comment. You have a different opinion, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a comment or a question, Skip. thank you for sharing exactly what caused the trigger. That's touching. So, so was there a thought, knowing that it's a trigger situation for you, and you went into PIS? Was there a thought that you made this into a challenge for yourself, that you want to be a good chaplain and get the validation from this person?
Well, and not only that, there was vanity was certainly part of it, and not only that, but the team. I
Yeah,
wanted the
yeah,
recognition from the team
yeah.
and they were saying that Skip, they were planning his funeral the day before. Now go
I,
in
I,
there.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I call that chaplain's version of Stockholm syndrome.
Yes.
We want to win them over. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you.
So here, I think Ron brought this up. Countertransference situation, boomerang comes. We throw a boomerang at the expectation, and boomerang always comes with the two things. First one is anger. So sometimes when people have that countertransference unprocessed, outrage, and the second thing is depression. So I'm just curious because Ron brought it up. Skip, you have any feeling about anger or feel depressed after this experience?
After this experience, prior to this experience with the continual brief rebuttal, I had set up some boundaries and protection. I'm going to greet them in the morning, and but I didn't allow myself to go in and be rejected every day. So I didn't put myself through that. I'm not going to go in every day and say, no, we don't need you. I can look in the room and say good morning. So with this encounter, I felt that anger, and I didn't allow myself to get to and I think if I hadn't found some resolution, there would have been depression that I would had to have processed if M or her sister decided we're all good right now, we don't need anything, go away, then I would probably said, okay, James, I need to talk about this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For saying that. It's a lot to go in, The process we did here with you, I think that is really thoughtful.
And I think the learning for that is it's not enough to recognize that even in that moment.
Yeah.
Even in that moment, dang it, you recognize the countertransference. But it's like you said, doing that deeper internal processing. And then I'm trying to refocus back to her. Trying to always keep it, but how it can creep it up. That's why I call it the beast.
Yeah, beast. Yeah. We see that.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to point something out too, because I thought like when you explained that, when you were raised, if somebody came in and you were on the phone, then you would say, oh, can I call you back? Kind of like, and since you didn't get off the phone, right, kind of like a disrespect. I mean, I was raised with that too, that it's somewhat disrespectful to either one of those calls has to end. Either the call with you is going to end or the call with the person on the phone is going to end. But I have that upbringing as well. But she sounded like she chose to keep the person on the phone, and I just wondered if that was a little triggering, and like, oh, she's chosen the other person, right? She just wondering. I mean, that's kind of how I probably would have thought about it. Like,
oh yeah, it was very it was very like, dang it, I thought I had her to myself and not. And she chose the family again. And then I'm like, well, it's her room, it's her family. So yes. Oh my gosh, yes. So then I'm attempting to engage her in some subtle ways because she's in the room. I mean, she might as well have been sitting in a chair. She was certainly present there. And yeah.
Are you able to, system-centered language is a discrimination, that feeling? Are you able to separate that feeling, set aside, and watch it? another language is differentiation of yourself. Don't take it personally. I think you are able to do that. But the thing here is it keep coming unconsciously and it keep bothers you.
Well, my struggle in that was I think I named it. This is her time. This is your
Yeah.
issue. Later, Skip, deal with it later. This is for her. But yet, I still, when her sister would say, amen, or something like that, I thought, okay, do I ignore the sister? Do I bring her in the conversation? And then there was a point that I thought, this was a thought where I thought, okay, the sister's here, so I can keep it brief and superficial, or I can go in. And I thought, well, you might as well go in. You might as well be vulnerable. And I guess that's part of the other issue. I'm gonna be vulnerable with the risk of being rejected again. But her spiritual care was important, that I wanted to do that. And I think in some measure it worked out. But there was an internal decision that I had to make. Okay, she's here in the room. So am I going to keep it light and fluffy, or I'm going to go in and really try and connect this moment to what she was doing the day before? And then M chose to go there, which made me decide, well, you're here now, big boy. You created this, so you better figure it out. You asked for it.
That feeling we call boomerang.
Boomerang
comes back and make us a little bit failure. I made it. We need to separate that feeling too.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I can't remember. Like, is there a time in this interview where you asked the sister if she'd like to join you as well? Or you could join her, the one who was on the phone? Was there a time when you felt like you said, I want to have a meeting with you, and can your sister be in this meeting too?
I didn't do that.
Yeah, I wondered. I wondered if maybe looking back, you could think, oh, wow, I could just invite the sister to be in the meeting.
Or the other side, I wanted to have a one-on-one conversation with you. Can you call your sister back?
Good.
Now, that would have been pastoral authority, but that they would have perceived that as inappropriate, as they were protectors of their sister.
When I say, if you would have asked the sister, would you mind joining us in a meeting? Could we all three be in a meeting? I see that as pastoral authority, because you're not taking anything away. You're just saying, can I add you to this meeting, and would that be okay? That could be
I think
another,
that's a great thought.
A way of inviting everybody in the room, and you being you're the one, if you will, has called for it. So
let's focus on M. Thank you, sister. Will you join us on this conversation?
There you go. Yeah.
To name that. Yeah.
Skip, this beautiful, actually. Thank you for having this opportunity to have this discussion. In the spur of the moment, we are making these decisions, first of all, right? That's part of it. What we are. The second thing that crossed my mind is I'm always sensitive to forcing a person or an inmate to make a choice. Okay, and that sensitivity is that puts them on the spot, and any decision they make, yes or no, doesn't feel genuine at that point. It feels forced.
That I would make her choose between me and her sister.
Yeah.
And that didn't feel. I thought about it. I didn't vocalize it, but I thought that seems harsh. That's using their language, maybe. Yeah. Great insight, Ram.
Time boundary. We will move to another topic, which is about your theological reflection, which will be kind of a chaplain challenge. And now, my question for you is: can you go to C4?
Yeah.
Can I be said with this is a powerful moment? You're joining her sadness. I want to start from here. It is wonderful. You name it. It sounds like a sadness. Can I say be with you? And this is a really powerful moment. And I want to name it. And here C5, I'm pretty sure you could have done better here. I know Skip it very well. Here, more like to me, you are feeling both sadness at the same time and feeling hopeful. Just describing patience, feeling in your language, that's good. It's like a coin. One side there is sadness, another side there is hope. Any theological reflection on this one? Why you said this kind of definition?
Well, I think part of that is I was unhappy with my answer in that it seemed to imply that sadness is not godly, that
Oh,
somehow we can't sit in sadness, that we got to run to hope. Um, and I'm trying to understand her theology because she said, I'm sad, but I know he's got me. And that's why I thought the song, okay, we all know hymns are not always theological or therapeutic, you know. Um, so part of that was I would have preferred to sit with her in sadness and ashes and sackcloth and
okay.
cry with her.
I like that theology. Then would you be able to explore at C5 when she said, I also know that the God's plan that is not all that's in store in me, oof, and I also feel hopeful, and that she is opening her door, and rather than giving a definition of her faith and theological approach, how we can explore her house. She's opening the door, sadness and hopeful, so that she will build up her theology. Group or Skip, any thought?
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking some notes. This is so beautiful. It's so useful for me. There is a mix of what you're doing in the ICU chaplain. There is a hospice elements to it. There is a thanatology element to it here, right? So in a sense, from what little I know of thanatology, the emphasis that a dying person really needs companionship around existential standpoint, right? And then how is that? How do you put that in the context of particular religious theology? I feel this as a superset of that, and we need that connection. May be something that could be useful to her.
Such as,
Yes.
can you give
I don't
example?
know I don't know the Christian aspect. If it is a Buddhist aspect of it, I would say the larger presence, the karmic consequence, and bring some sense of peace along those lines, right? So I think in a way saying, I am joining you, we are essentially, I use the word we in terms of having this, the life as unfolded for you has limits, right? However, the rebirth phenomena allows us to extend that thinking, not really take this end as the most profoundly important element, right? That's a Buddhist view in a sense. I
So how
don't
can
know
you
how
make
to,
it simple
I
language
don't know.
to
Yeah. I don't know. And from Christianity perspective, you want to embrace death on her terms, at the same time allow her to form a spirituality and that would let her feel like you're accompanying her in the thought process.
Well, and I think if I had the ability or she had the ability, and I don't know that she did or didn't, but to say let's imagine God loving us sad.
Oh yeah,
Lamentations.
lamentation. Yeah,
Let's sit with God in sadness. How does God
Mm,
how does God how does God love you when you're sad?
that's the
And
mm,
exploration. That's great.
that's beautiful.
explore it.
Let her explore.
Yeah, nice,
And
nice.
and then if you're able in that same encounter, now let us explore hopefulness. Um,
And
what
you,
is
oh, go ahead.
yeah.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
just wondering, I think at like 5 when she said, I know that he's got me and that I am his. That was maybe an exploration point to say, how do you feel he's got you this week when you've gotten this really terrible news? Like she's acknowledging this for the first time, this really hard news. How do you feel like he's got you right now? Like I think that might have opened up whether she feels like God is holding her in this sadness. I don't know, you know,
Yeah.
It's good.
or not. It's just like the got me language is powerful to me. It's like God's presence with her, but also it can mean different things to different people. Um, does he's got me in that like there is eternity to look forward to, or he's got me in that he's holding me in the palm of his hand right now in this desperate moment.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I agree with you because I think Caroline, it came to my mind. Oh, next week's Easter. I got more excited about that. The preacher side. Oh, it's
Yeah.
Easter.
Yeah.
Instead of saying he's got me. Yeah, he's got you.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What is that? Tell me more about that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
but then I got excited about Easter,
Holiday Easter.
and I thought, we're all geared in local church. It's Easter, Easter, and I went to that before. If it's a wound, I sutured it up too quick before the wound had healed.
Mm-hmm.
We all run to Easter fix everything, and I felt like I found a solution, and I ran to it before she could fully explore her feelings
That
as much as he's able.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
On the other
great.
hand,
Yeah.
I think because this theology that she has is very familiar to me. When people say things like that, God's got me. I have a aunt who does that all the time, who says it, and I think and definitely from an African American perspective, it's like there's a theology that allows for like hope is a part of sadness, right? Hope is, and I mean, I think because like with the narrative, the Christian narrative, we already know the resurrection is coming, right? For the Christian narrative. And so it's hard, I think, for many Christians to just stay at the crucifixion. They can't stay at the cross, or that, we're at the cross, but we're only here for a minute, right? And I've heard that language a lot. I heard it even when I was pastoring. And so what I'm saying and suggesting is maybe her theology is big enough to hold both of those things at the same time, just because that's the way that many African Americans do that. The cross and the resurrection, they're able to keep them, like you said, they're right there on the same coin. So we can flip it real quick and know that we're going to have resurrection. So
And at least I thought about that famous sermon. It's Friday, but what's coming? It's
Yeah.
Friday,
Easter,
but Sunday's coming.
Sunday's coming. Sunday,
It's
and
Friday.
like you said, come Sunday. That's an actual name of a song
Yeah.
by Duke Ellington. Come Sunday.
So her
Yeah.
experience, she could name it. You're saying I can
Yeah,
name sadness, but I can't stay there. I got to
perhaps.
run to Sunday.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
I'm just saying perhaps because I've heard this language of people, they will be suffering. I mean, suffering. They will not stay in that suffering. They will immediately grab hold to the resurrection. They will not stay at the cross very long. So I think that for some people, they think, oh, let's stay at the cross. But for people who feel like maybe their life has been a cross, at the cross, right? Maybe their situation in this society that we live in, it doesn't give a flying 47 about African Americans and and others, that it's just like, I don't want to be at this cross any longer. I'm ready for the resurrection. And anyway, I'm just offering that as perhaps another angle, way of seeing her theology. Because I think that you also somehow you tapped into something that she apologized to you. I'm like, whoa, I didn't actually expect that to be coming in this whole
I didn't
exchange.
either. Not at
So
all.
you didn't say anything about being, I don't see it here, like, wow, you offended me or nothing. And out of the blue, she says, I'm sorry. So somehow she's been at the cross about you.
Mm.
And that was really powerful to me, that she apologized to you. She was that was something was going on in her head, right? She was thinking about something. So
to me, that was the most touching moment for me in the encounter.
yeah, really beautiful.
That within her was compassion and decency, even though we have different theologies.
Okay.
And because you didn't say, oh, no apology needed. I mean, you actually accepted her apology.
Yeah. And in face of her sister. With her sister on the phone, I was mean to you.
Right.
Yeah, I thought, whoa.
Maybe,
It gives you hope about people.
Yeah. That made
But
me
I
think,
didn't want to
what
celebrate it.
conversation? Yeah, what conversation was she having? Because there was nothing in that conversation about being mean to anybody. I didn't see it.
That's a
But
good
it was
point.
me seeing her 2 or 3 times a week, and they were just saying, no, thank you. No, thank you. Just putting up the roadblock,
Yeah. Time boundary. You have about 5 minutes. And I want you read your analysis part as you can you fast? Yeah.
So, generally we believe about faith is beneficial, but what happens when faith becomes an obstacle? For Em was deeply religious, and for her not to hold belief embedded in her by her family, to be faithful meant to be, if she gave up faith means having a miracle. If she denied that, she'd be isolated. She was unable for her to stand apart from her family.
Mm-hmm.
So her whole faith which meant she was isolated with terminal cancer. She's having this internal conflict in her faith. They're all saying, be faithful. God's got a miracle. And she's saying, well, hell, when's that miracle going to come? So I'm thinking about that theologically with her. There was motivations, emotions, group dynamics, but I think there's more about faith there. Okay, theological. I know that Em was religious. I needed to honor her spiritual choices.
Okay.
Different from my own. But my goal was to identify her resources and use knowledge to empower her in a very possibility that she will die soon. A person's theology is ever changing and evolving. My spiritual care theology regarding death and dying was presented to Em in another perspective, not rejecting her perspective that all suffering is not from God. Theological belief system that lacks an understanding of death and dying can be very conflicted for a suffering family member. They believe that if you believe all suffering is evil, therefore death is a result of sin. The issue of suffering is part of human experience. The Bible's filled with individuals who suffer: Jeremiah and Job and Paul, Old and New Testament, the Psalms. Chaplains are often the ones who walk with someone through this process. We have to clean up the embedded theology of family and church. This can be an important element of the care provider. It's a unique perspective that can raise resentment towards a theological perspective. A ICU chaplain and also hospice chaplains often walks with the care receiver to consider their theology of suffering and death that meets their needs.
Okay.
And I think in some ways she's almost forming that. She's almost forming, there's death in Easter. Good
analysis, good reflection. Now, I wonder what you're learning from the group discussion today. What's your take home?
The take home is you have to be able to deal with your own internal issues and remain focused on her and not get ahead of her. Even if you feel like you have an insight, but when she says, yeah, God's got me, my lesson is stay engaged with their needs. Don't rush ahead. However excited you may feel about the idea or perspective, it may be yours, but it's not necessarily theirs.
Amen. Yeah, their needs. Thank you, Skip. I want to say thank you so much for your consistent effort. Keep visiting her, and even you sang with them. And thank you so much. That was a powerful moment. And as you sang with patience and continue to be finding their needs, also I noticed that you aware your countertransference, but somehow between your trigger, also I think maybe you're still developing your authenticity, which is considered maybe pastoral authority. You were already there based on your sharing when we share stuff coming, your pastoral authority is already there. So I hope you stick with your pastoral authority. And no matter what, countertransference creeps in. I am Skip. I am Skip. I am focusing on patience. That's my final words to your verbatim. Group, any quick comments before we take a break? Also, Skip, thank you so much for being vulnerable with us.
Thank you for each of your comments and your time of reflection.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back 4:10 and David's presentation. Okay, group, let's get together. People, David, you're there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Before we process it, I forgot to ask Skip, did you get what you needed for?
I did, and more than I had expected. My cup runneth over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, David, your turn. You have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Hello, Piers. Thank you for giving me the audience to present my third verbatim. This time around, my verbatim report is regarding a patient and with similar diagnosis, sepsis. She's 72-year-old female Asian. Her religion is Catholic, and this visit happened on April 8th at the Kaiser Hospital here in Fresno. It was about 25 minutes, and this was my second visit to this patient. My learning goals on this is that my focus at this moment is to continue developing awareness of my internal responses and how they shape my pastoral and spiritual presence as I support patients and their loved ones. So to this extent, I'm seeking input from my peers to develop my ability to respond to patients who expresses guilt-based theology without imposing collective language so quickly. I would like to know from my peers what are some of the effective ways to introduce alternative theological perspective without invalidating a patient's belief. How can I further develop my capacity for non-anxious presence in emotionally charged spiritual conversations? So the major outcomes I'm looking for in this verbatim is describing how one's values and beliefs about spiritual goals are part of one's orienting system. Also another outcome is on empathy and indicator 1A9 demonstrate knowledge of and initiate use of empathy in spiritual care contexts. And then the other indicator is 1A12 demonstrate the ability to represent one's role and function when initiating spiritual care relationships. And finally, indicator 1A14 demonstrates an understanding and initiate the use of spiritual resources that address spiritual well-being. So the background of the patient The patient is 72-year-old female, admitted to the hospital with sepsis and other serious medical complications. The patient underwent surgery a few days prior to this visit. During this encounter, she was alert and oriented and able to engage in meaningful conversation. She expressed relief and joy that the MRI results following the surgery were negative. However, she also shared ongoing concerns about other unresolved health issues. This encounter was a follow-up visit requested by the patient during the previous visit. Personal status. Before entering the patient's room, I felt calm and emotionally present, but also somewhat worried, given that this was my second visit following her recent surgery. During the last surgery, I felt I left the encounter with sadness and heaviness as the patient expressed her fear about the planned MRI she was supposed to go for. I was aware of how she was recovering and what emotional and spiritual state I might encounter. Physically, I noticed a slight sense of stiffness in my body. However, I was focused on being present and open, while also holding to a degree of uncertainty about how the conversation might unfold, especially considering the seriousness of her diagnosis and recent procedure. Pastoral plan. The purpose of the visit was to provide a passionate presence and deep listening to whatever the patient might need to express without trying to control or direct the encounter.
Okay. Let's ask a group. Any other questions? Anyone wants to ask any questions about his goals?
David, not about your goals, but under personal status,
Okay.
can you talk more about you felt sadness and heaviness?
Okay. My previous visit with this patient, she was she had just come out of the procedure and they were arranging for the MRI, and she was very, very concerned the outcome of the MRI because the outcome will determine whether things are going to be good for her or not. So there was this fear, and I was worried. Actually, at one point, she was telling me, because I usually go to see her, was always asking for prayers. So I would go and pray for her. And also, I arranged for a Catholic priest to go and visit her. Um, so during the last, she was telling me she needed miracle. And you could see from her face the fear. I said, yeah, God is going to do a miracle. I told you you should have faith in God and there's going to be a miracle. But she said, no, no, she needed quote unquote, a healing pastor to pray for her. I said, a healing pastor. Yeah, because for some reason she believed that she needs some special pastor to come and pray for her. She was worried about the MRI, the result of the MRI, because that is going to determine
David.
whether,
Yeah, with Skip's question is about heaviness and
And
sadness
the
in you.
sadness, yes. So
Yeah.
these
You.
circumstances made me to feel very sad. Looking at her situation, looking at her body language, looking at her face,
Okay.
and I mean the heaviness of the fearness on her face made me feel very, very sad.
Okay.
And I actually went back to our office and spoke to my on-site supervisor about that. And for some reason, that was weighing on me. When I came home, I prayed for this woman, this patient all the time. Like somebody I knew before. I mean, when I was driving home, I was feeling that kind of heaviness. When I got home, I prayed for her. For 2 days, I was praying for her till I witnessed something. So the fear that she was showing created that kind of heaviness on me. And
Okay. Thank you. Let's clarify that.
Skip was saying it's counter transference. I
We
didn't
can
hear.
get into later. This is about clarification is learning goals and about that. So thank you for anyway, Amabet, spotting that question because we want a direction. So you're basically saying that respond to guilt theology to the patient.
yeah,
And your second question is a little bit, can you clarify the second one is also theological, your learning goals?
yeah. The alternative, which one? The
Second goal, you have many goals are embedded into your two goals, but I want just to narrow it down. The first one is your response to patient's guilt feeling. You nailed the first one, right? How they shape and
okay.
do patients. Guilt-based theology. That's your assessment. So how would you respond to it? That could be your first
The
goal.
guilt, you mean the guilt-based theology?
How about can you say simple two goals with your own language? What is your learning goal from this verbatim?
So as I indicated, I mean, I need to deepen my ability to respond to patients who express guilt-based theology, or and the guilt-based theology, it is based on this particular verbatim because the patient is talking about being punished by God.
Okay, that's one goal. What is your second goal?
I would like to know from peers what are some of the effective ways to introduce alternative theological perspective without invalidating a patient's belief.
It seems to me
And
your first goal and second goal is the same. Your theology to the patient without changing it. Is it one goal then? Based on her guilt feeling theology, how would you respond it without changing her view? It can be one goal then.
um, the second goal is, I mean, the way to do it. Is it even appropriate to do it?
Mm.
And if it's appropriate to do it, what are some of the ways that you have to do? What are some of the ways you can do that
So
without actually invalidating what the patient's beliefs or the patient's theology, right?
yeah, that's what I'm asking. So first one is it's a circling back. You want to deal with a patient's guilt-based theology, but we can add it more language there. How would you respond it differently? You're expecting peers
Without imposing
answer.
corrective.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one is without imposing corrective language quickly. How do you like, I don't know, but what I'm trying to say, first of all, I want to know if it's even appropriate to do that because, I mean, going back to what Skip's presentation, he didn't offer any alternative theology to the patient, right? Even though they have, I mean, their theology were different. I did give something. So
Okay.
I want to know if giving something is even right or appropriate.
Yep,
And
that's right. Okay,
yeah, and if it's right, what are some of the best ways to,
good.
do it?
So mostly we can narrow down responses based on their theology or theology. Better way without changing it. Make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I can rewrite or reframe the whole question. I
Yeah.
mean, maybe I didn't put it in the right way, but first I want to know if it was appropriate even to validate the patient theology, and secondly, if it is, how should you go about it?
Okay.
Or what's the best way to go about it?
How, how about group? We all on the same page now? Okay, they all nodded. All right, let's go to the new verbatim.
Okay, so I will need volunteers to help out, please. The patient, I'm calling her Ari. Any volunteers?
I can be array.
I can do your internal thoughts.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, Ari.
Good morning, Chaplain.
Oh, sorry, that's me. Her face brightened up with excitement.
I'm glad you came back. The surgery went well. They say the MRI was negative this time.
I felt less tense now, and I showed excitement in response.
That's great news. Wow, that sounds like encouraging news. How are you feeling about it?
I'm happy, relieved, really.
Her face changed, her body language became quite tense.
But I'm still worried. There are other things going on in my body that they haven't figured it out yet.
So, there's both relief and concern holding space in you right now.
Yes.
She pauses for a while.
Can you come a little closer? I want to tell you something.
I moved closer with respect, wondering what she had to say to me.
Of course, I'm here with you.
Speaking with a low voice.
I think God is punishing me.
I felt empathetic and surprised hearing that and responded with a gentle tone.
That sounds like a heavy thought to carry. Can you tell me more about that?
Last year, during a Lent and Easter, my friend convinced me to go to the casino. We spent the whole time there, just having fun, going out, doing things that weren't right. I didn't go to church at all.
I felt internally conflicted when I heard her interpret her illness as divine punishment, as this challenged my own theological understanding.
So you are remembering that time and connecting it to what is happening to you now.
Yes, and now look at me. I'm in the hospital for the whole Lent and Easter season this year. God knows what He is doing.
She feels fearful and spiritually troubled, expressing the belief that God is punishing her. I felt a strong impulse to correct or reframe her theology.
It sounds like you are wondering if this experience is connected to that time in your life.
Can you move it a little bit up? I think God wants to humble me. I was arrogant, full of pride. I got whatever I want. I'm a Catholic, but I didn't think about God that much.
Feeling ashamed and convicted as she described herself.
You are reflecting deeply on your life and noticing changes in how you see yourself.
Yes, lying here, I have been thinking about humility, patience, slowing down.
That sounds like relevant insights. What has it been like to sit with these thoughts?
Hard, but also maybe necessary. I don't like being here, but maybe I need this.
It sounds like part of you is struggling and another part is finding meaning in this experience.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder what kind of God do you believe is present with you right now?
She pauses for a while.
I don't know. Maybe God who is trying to teach me a lesson or something.
I felt careful and grounded when introducing an alternative image of God, wanting to avoid invalidating her beliefs.
That's an important question to hold. Would it be okay if we also considered the possibility of a passionate God who is with you in care, even in this difficult time?
She seemed receptive and feels hopeful of a compassionate image of God.
I like that. I love that.
I felt encouraged when she responded positively to the idea of a compassionate and present God.
Great. Think about it.
Thank you so much, Chaplain.
Would you like me to pray with you?
Yes, please.
I offered a prayer focused on God's presence, compassion, healing, and peace.
We thank God for the good news. Let's continue holding to our faith. Feel better. I will see you on my next shift if you are still admitted.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to invite group based on David's requests and the theology related to. If you can point out any line and how can we help David more joining. Let's just start from there. And if you notice something, Emebet mentioned about countertransference, which is always what's happening. So if you notice any countertransference, that'll be a great moment to stop and stay. So I want to give this great opportunity to the group. Anyone else?
Yeah, in fact, it was Skip who mentioned it on a chat. So I joined him.
This is nice, David. I personally felt at C5, you really joined her.
Wow, thank you.
And you didn't try to fix her, you didn't try to reframe her. You just allowed a connection.
Thank you.
I wonder, Rom and Dave, is that a wave or a push? Because I wrote that down, RA4, I think God is punishing me. And I wrote out, what feeling is associated with that for RA? And I think that looked like more of a wave than a join.
At R4 or C5?
Well, when she says, I think God is punishing me.
Yeah, RA4.
And then you say, that sounds like a heavy thought to carry.
Yeah.
Now, can you tell me more about it? It's good. But I wonder, what's a feeling response? It's David, it's so amazing when you see something you haven't done, it just leaps out to you. When you write it, like my last one, you don't see it. But I wonder for David, what's the emotion she's having there? I think God is punishing me.
She was, I think, not that, I mean, she was feeling remorseful at that point.
How about your feeling? It's more than empathetic.
Mm.
Let me make it easier. When
Okay.
someone said, God is punishing me, how is your feeling?
It makes me feel uncomfortable. That's number one. Being that my theology doesn't see God as uh, a God who punishes, or a God who gives, who makes somebody sick because the person has done something wrong and he wants to punish that person. So for me, it was uncomfortable, but I was willing to work with the person in any way that the person believes, in any theory that the person is holding on to.
Why uncomfortable?
Yeah, because of the difference in theology. And beliefs.
Let's stay there a little bit moment. Uncomfortableness. How about group? Can we hold space with him, his feeling of uncomfortableness with his theology?
I have a question, Dave.
Yeah.
Is there a difference in theology, or is it when she says, I think God is punishing me, perhaps it's more a statement of suffering than anything theological about it? Am I right about that?
Yeah. Is it more suffering? Yeah, suffering can be part of it, but I think it's also some kind of conviction.
Mm, mm, mm. So your question is there a punishing God at all? I mean, if you take a theological view that there is only loving God, there is no punishing God, is that how you're approaching it?
To some extent. I mean, God does punish though, but I don't think God has put her in that situation as a form of punishment.
Mm,
I believe in a loving God, a
mm,
compassionate God.
mm.
Yeah. And I
David,
also, uh,
David, I'm sorry, go ahead.
actually, I mean, this was a long, conversation, but at some, she even asked me if it's good to use the word punish at one point. Yeah.
David,
Yes.
David, I remember reading that if there's an emotional response to a statement, that's usually an indicator that there's something there.
Yeah.
What was it? What is about that? Why is that statement uncomfortable for you? And what's behind that? And can you go deeper and explore the uncomfortable feeling?
Okay. Okay. It's something I can do. I can do. However, I think the conflicting beliefs, even though we are all Christian, I mean, she's Catholic, uh, and I'm a Christian, but I think we share similarities in terms of doctrines and I know many people do believe in a God who punishes, and stuff like that. But I think I feel like the patient should think more positively instead of thinking about having all those negative thoughts. And I was finding, uh, trying to think about what way can I bring her back into positivity for her to think positively instead of going into those negative aspects of thinking.
Just question. Have you ever thought about God punished you in your life?
Yeah, I've been in situations.
Can you share?
Uh, okay, so there are many options, but I think one major example I can share is at one point in my life, maybe about 10 years ago, but I was having a calling, to stop some kind of lifestyle I was leading in New York. It wasn't any kind of bad lifestyle, but I stopped going to church. I mean, when I came to the US, for some reason, I stopped going to church. Church was nothing to me anymore. It was all about work, making money, going out with colleagues and friends after work, you know, hopping from bar to bar, restaurant to restaurant. But at some point, I got all this. I started getting something, hearing voice telling me to go back to church or to go back to my spiritual life, something. But I needed to stop all what I was doing, you know, um, which I didn't do until one day I had a stroke. Okay. So after the stroke, wow, and I think that's a similarity. While I was in the when I was admitted in the hospital, and also when I came back home to continue my recovery process, that's when I realized. But personally, I realized, you know what, God wants me to do something different. But I really didn't see God as punishing me. I think it was a moment in my life where God wanted to see some kind of transformation. I saw the whole process as more transformative.
So you were expecting your experience to happening RA.
Yeah, I was seeing it more transformative than a God who than God punishing me for not listening to him and for doing all those things
Mm.
for leading that kind of lifestyle.
Flip the coin. Another question is, if somebody is talking negatively about God, how is your feeling?
Um, I won't feel, I will feel negative, but I will not really respond because,
No, no,
but
respect. You're feeling
yeah, my
about
feeling
somebody,
is about being uncomfortable around that person.
not this patient. If somebody is really talking about God nasty, I mean, it's a bad language and in front of you, using all kinds of bad language about God, and then how is your feeling when you in that situation?
I mean, I might feel sad, but that sadness is not, it's a little bit different sadness. My sad, that sadness will be like, this person doesn't understand who God is.
Who's God to you? I mean, you feel sad for the patient or somebody else. So
For the person who does not understand
it's still, yeah. Okay.
who God is according to my theology.
Okay. Now here then, since you
Yeah.
say theology, so where I'm driving the group is, does God need? I mean, do we have to protect or defend God?
No,
No,
Okay.
no, we don't.
God defends us, not we.
Yeah.
So if patient is coming with patient's own theology, what shall we do with punishing God? God is bad. God is failed. Never answer my prayer. He's far away. He's really. I hate him. And then what is our response, regardless of our theology? Group, maybe we can just.
Yeah, I can respond to this because it's also my experience. Uh, there are many kinds of denials. One is directly to God, the other is to Christianity itself. Whoever denies God, I don't go defend God. That's not, God didn't say defend me. Jesus didn't say defend me. He said, you will be my testimony. So we will testify what he has done for us. So responding to the person, what I would say is if he comes to me and tell me that he doesn't believe in God, I wouldn't I wouldn't refute his belief. I would rather ask him an open-ended question.
How
How
can you
so?
join? How can you join that person?
I
That
would,
was a Skip's question. How can you join instead
I
of
would
pushing?
say why so or how so. That would be all open-ended question to express his feeling. So I would give a chance to the person to express himself more.
Okay. Okay, explore more. Anyone else? Caroline, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, it's not slightly adjacent to your question, but I think something that really struck me, David, in what you were saying was that you really wanted her to have a positive view.
Mm-hmm.
And I know this comes from a place of you were caring for her and wanting her to have that. And I feel that too with some of the folks that I meet. I do think that comes quite close to wanting to fix someone, though. And I
Mm-hmm.
just remember
Mm-hmm.
we talked about this last week, and that I felt like you were very clear and very astute in your mind in that last week's verbatim about not fixing. And
Mhm.
I think that when we say, like, oh, I want somebody to have this theological view, a positive one that helps them, in
Mhm.
some ways that is wanting to fix still. And so pulling back to just joining, like, I think when somebody says, I think God is punishing me, to me, that person is really suffering.
Mm-hmm.
They're in a really dark place to feel that.
Mhm.
Whether or not it's true, I mean, part of what I try to hold for myself is like, I don't know the mind of God. Maybe God
Mhm.
is punishing this person. I don't know. That's not really my theology, but I don't know. But what I know is that this person is really suffering
Yes.
to feel that the divine that they believe in has turned their face from them. And so I think that's where I try to go more, is like, wow, like you're really hurting, like you're physically in pain, and you also feel like this is like God's mad at you, or like exacting vengeance on you. And so in some ways I think, like, I go back to like, what is her need in that moment? I don't know that it's possible for us to even change somebody from a negative view to a positive theological view in like a few words, but I think you are there as a witness of your faith, and your loving listening witnesses that compassionate God to her while you join her in her like really hard place. I don't know if that makes sense, but I feel like that is sort of the extent of what we can do in that moment, is be that compassion while saying, I see how much you're hurting.
Mm.
Yeah.
Skip, you have a question?
Well, I think Caroline, you're so on track there. If
No.
to RA4, I think our role isn't correcting theology. If a cop pulls me over, I am fearful. If I've ever been, what's the emotion with punishing is fear. So not the theology, but what's the emotion?
Mm-hmm.
Are you afraid of God? I mean, whenever as a child, if I'm being punished, I'm afraid.
Mm-hmm.
I think God is punishing me. That's fear. And I think that's what to pursue, not our image of God. Don't trace the God question, but what's the emotional question for this person?
I am.
What's her emotion, David?
Yeah, I'm curious about that too.
Yeah, I mean, based on what I noticed being there with her, seeing her physically, I think, as I mentioned before, it was more of uh, conviction, remorse, even to some extent, some kind of shamefulness because of the thing that she did, and she's actually comparing the same period of time last year while she was having fun at the casino to the same period of time that he was admitted in the hospital. So she spent the whole of the Lent being admitted. She spent the Easter there. So and that's what she was comparing. So yeah, I understand, and I was also aware of my pastoral identity emerging. When I was trying to offer this alternative, something, but at that point, I think that is the best I could do.
Let's pause here.
Yeah.
Let's going back to Skip's question. Other members. Let's reshape it. How are you connecting to her emotionally?
After she said what all the, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I think in my terms, I was trying to uh, provide a positive view.
Emotionally, stop brain working.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's just stop fixing mode. Let's just stop being a pastor, minister, leader. Let's be human to human. Someone is saying, how can you emotionally connect to RA, your feeling?
Yeah.
That's basic.
By allowing her to talk more about her experience.
Feeling.
Yeah.
You're dodging the question and toward her. Your feeling. How can you connect? How is your connecting feeling? Group, how is your connecting feeling to RA? We have a time boundary.
Mm. So, if I may, the feeling that I'm inferring for David had is a conflict.
Tell me more about it. Yeah.
What he's saying This is not how one should look at God. She has it wrong. And that kind of controlled your rest of your lines after that. That line is what drove your empathy. It's almost like I hate to use the term, I'll use it. Within the Christianity, there is a bit of an attempt to proselytize going on, one belief to the other.
Okay. Conflict.
Yeah, I think you are right, Ram. I mean, I sense that that conflict. Yeah, but I didn't know how to manage it though.
But it is a self-created conflict, though, David. The
Okay.
situation was not the conflict. You made it a conflict.
Yeah. So how, my question is, I think God is punishing me. So when RA is saying, I think God is punishing me, the way I would join is, how do you feel
That's a
about this?
question. Can you join her feeling?
Oh, so I would say you are hurt by feeling that God is punishing you. I think you feel the hurt.
Okay, because time boundary, I'll just wrapping up, and I want David read. And that's I remember what you're doing is another way. I see that you feel hurt, but I want David read David's analysis a little bit, and if there is any, we can find a feeling language.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, how about that?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ari was experiencing a mixture of emotional feelings of fear,
Here we
hope.
go.
Okay.
Go ahead. Keep reading.
Yeah, fear, hope, relief, and gratitude, all mixed up, following the positive outcome of her surgery, particularly the negative MRI results. At the same time, this relief is tempered by ongoing anxiety and uncertainty about other unresolved health concerns, leaving her in a state of emotional tension. Beneath this, the patient carries a deep sense of guilt and remorse, which she connects to her behavior during the previous Lent and Easter season. She reflects on the period with regret and self-criticism, perceiving her actions as morally wrong and spiritually regretful. This has contributed to a belief that her current illness is a form of divine punishment, leading to spiritual distress and fear. Ari's encounter reveals elements of shame and self-judgment, particularly in her description of herself as previously arrogant and prideful. At the same time, she's not stuck in despair. Rather, she demonstrates a capacity for self-reflection and meaning-making. As she lies in the hospital, she is engaging deeply with themes of humility, patience, and the need to slow down, suggesting an emerging awareness and desire for personal and spiritual transformation.
Let's go to your theology.
Okay. This encounter invites deep theological reflection on nature of God, suffering, sin, and transformation within the Christian tradition. The patient interprets her illness through a framework of divine punishment, connecting her hospitalization during Lent and Easter with her perceived moral failure the previous year. This reflects a retributive theology in which suffering is understood as a direct consequence of sin. From the Christian perspective, suffering is not primarily a tool of punishment, but a context in which God's presence is made known. And I use Roman 8. So Roman 8 emphasizes that suffering is held within the broader promise that nothing can separate humanity from the love of God. It suggests that even in illness, the patient is not under divine condemnation, but held within the divine compassion.
Hmm.
So I did a little bit of research. Okay, let me just. So in this sense, Ari's experience aligns with the concept of metanoia, a turning or reorientation of the heart towards God. Ari's reflection on humanity, on humility, patience, and slowing down resonates deeply with the Christian understanding of spiritual formation. The season of Lent itself is traditionally a time of repentance, reflection, and reorientation towards God. While Ari interprets her hospitalization as imposed punishment, it may also be understood theologically as an unintended but meaningful space for reflection and transformation.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, what does God teaches you about you from this encounter? What does God teaches you about you in this encounter? Who are you? That's a very interesting question, isn't it? That's a theological reflection. What did you learn about you from our discussion and from this encounter?
Me in particular,
Mm-hmm.
this question, okay, so I mean, it's telling us that He's a loving God.
You.
For
What
me,
what God
God is
does
a loving God.
no, okay. What God teaches about you from this encounter. Who are you, David? What do you learn about you? Did you get it?
What I learned about me,
Yeah, from this encounter based on your theology.
what I learned about myself is that I still trust in the love of God, and I still believe in God's promise that, you know, He's always present and
What about you?
He's always compassionate. And that is the lifestyle that I lead, using
Mm.
God's, promise to
So
live
you learn about your faith from this experience. Is
the
that right?
faith, yeah, I learned about my faith within this experience. And
Okay.
it also re-emphasized the relationship between God and man, God
That's
being
yeah.
present even at the most difficult time.
Mm. Does God with the RA?
God was with Ari,
Okay, that's great.
and Ari also believed that God was, even though with all the conflicting messages, she also believed that God was with her,
Okay.
especially after the results came negative.
Okay, we are a little bit over, but I want to give the group give some comments to help our David. This is really thoughtful process we're going through. Group.
David, I just appreciate your analysis is so impressive.
Mm-hmm.
As you do your analysis, look back into your future care and bring your analysis back into the care encounter.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing the reflection after, very soon you're going to be able to do it in the midst of it. It's you're Augustine-like in your thoughtful defense of theology, but as exposed and delve deeper in yourself quickly, I couldn't help but notice the cause and effect for you, bar, stroke, for her, casino, the illness, and how those two parallel tracks, how you both were on those same similar journeys. And lastly, I think RA and M should have been in the same hospital room. They had a lot to talk about.
Yeah, thread. Anyone else?
Thank Escape.
Yeah, let's wait. Group's response. Anyone else?
Well, yeah, I want to say thank you, David, for bringing this. I think you're really good at bringing an analysis. The thing that I was just wondering, like when we were talking about joining, was just, different ways that you could be to help her dig into this punishment thing. But I mean, I love the way that you make these analyses. Last time you covered that as well when we were looking at charting. That's I think that's a strength of yours. Like I would never write an analysis like this, at least not for right now.
Yeah, that's great.
I'd be more interested in finding out, saying more about the feeling of the patient and, just what in the room you were able to do. So, but I think wow, you're on a good track with understanding it theologically. I do get that from you, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Annalise.
How about other?
I also wanted to thank David for bringing this because this is a topic that I've thought about, and I have, instincts with some of the guys that I meet who are struggling spiritually to want to be like, I want you to have a hopeful theology, but so I see
Wow,
it's
this guy.
easier to see in other people's verbatim. So I just thank you for that, David. I do think one thing that jumped out to me from your analysis was you said she demonstrates a capacity for self-reflection and meaning making, right? Like I'm like, you might not agree with her theology, but she is making meaning out of this. It is, and I think that that's one of the things that we as chaplains try to facilitate is like their ability to make meaning through their faith, whatever their faith is. So it's something that she has that you can continue to help her with, even if she comes at it from a totally different way from you that you would. And I love that you see that. So thank you.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Yeah.
Dave, this is tremendous growth in you coming from first verbatim to where you are. Kudos on that. First of all, this is very thoughtful, and it really shows your approach to caregiving in so clear way. I think you're also highlighting something we're all confronted with, right? Are we stepping back and allowing for our inmate or patient their theology to unfold, or do we get in and try to steer it? Right? So there is always that force, or Reverend James calls it an energy that keeps popping up, and we need to, more we become aware of it. That's what I got out of your verbatim today, is our awareness need to be focused on our energy and how it can form its own story or a narrative, and that can take away from the patient or the inmate. But it's really a very good reminder for me. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, David, for such verbatim that will help us to think about our encounters when we face people with no beliefs or having belief different than ours. I can sense the conflicting idea that's in you, but you kept on going, pushing, and being present for her. Though her theology doesn't agree with you, but you were there up to the end and to the extent that she became hopeful in finding relief from her MRI. And your analysis, as everyone said, is wonderfully explained. And her emotion was the feeling of fear that God is punishing her. So the fear that led her to conclude that God is punishing her is explained here very well. So thank you. Appreciate your thoughtfulness and your presentation.
Thank you so much.
David, final words from you. I want to hear from you. What do you hear from the group?
Okay. First of all, I want to thank everybody in the group for your contribution, your feedbacks, your analysis about what's my presentation. I mean, regarding my presentation. I want to start with Caroline. What Caroline said is true in terms of, even though, whatever I did was right, but we should also be attentive of crossing the boundary, even though it's not easy, we have to be attentive not to cross because they are processing the situation. I mean, they are condition or situation through whatever belief that they have. So it should have been better for me to find a way of joining RA instead of trying to transform the whole conversation. Yeah, so I thank you very much for that. The same thing with analysis is the same thing. I mean, every point that was shown, I believe that will help me in my next encounter. Everybody has given me something to learn from. I think I was a little bit more comfortable with the patient to the point that I felt the edge to maybe modify her beliefs. I know for sure I will not do that to somebody from a different religious, I mean, a tradition, like maybe a Buddhist or something, because I will know that I will be doing some kind of conversion in that situation. But with her being Catholic, I didn't see myself like converting the person to a different religion, but to help her to be more positive, which is, as Caroline said, it's like trying to fix the problem. So I mean, I appreciate all this, I mean, feedbacks, and I think next time I will incorporate all this knowledge that I've got from all of you, Skip, Ram, Annalise, I'm a bit. I'll try to put, I mean, all this knowledge together and integrate it in my practice as a spiritual caregiver. Thank you so much.
Good. Good to hear that. It was a good process. It's good. It would take us 63 minutes or 73 minutes. It was a deep discussion. Let's take a 7-minute break. Come back here. My time is 5:20. Your time is 2:20. And then let's go to book discussion. See you guys. Thank you, David. Great job. Thank you, everyone. Your comments. Okay, group. Let's get together. I hope you got power nap. Power nap. Okay, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much time do you want me to spend? I can go faster or slower.
40 minutes.
40 minutes. Okay. I will watch the clock here. Okay. Okay. This. Can y'all see this? Oh, and then if I do it as a slideshow, does that work? Amazing. And I can still see all of you. Amazing. So this is from our book's chapter 8, which is on both prayer and ritual. So I'll start with, I'm just following sort of the book's layout. I'll start with prayer and then we'll talk a little bit about ritual. The first thing that I thought the book did that was really helpful for me was talk about what prayer is. And it's like a little bit like, duh, it's like a word we take for granted so much. But I think it talked through a little bit about, prayer is something found in most of the world's faith traditions. It is for a lot of people connection with the divine. It can be connection with community, connection with nature. It can be spontaneous or specific. For some people, this is a very nominal part of their faith, not a particularly big part of their faith, may not exist at all as part of their faith. For some, like prayer is an absolutely essential cornerstone of their faith. So the first question I wanted to share, just for us to share a little bit if you want to, is like, what does prayer look like for you? And the reason why I bring this up is because I think it's helpful. I think CPE drives us always to be like, know yourself first, like know what your tendencies are and where you start. So this opening part of this actually did make me think a little bit more about like, well, what does prayer mean to me? Um, and I guess like the thing that I would share here is, for me, prayer is more spontaneous than ritualized. Though it's funny because I'm trying to indoctrinate my kid in prayer at certain times. It just made me realize how interestingly like I'm different as a parent, whereas like we pray for meal times, we pray at bedtime, but the way I actually pray is much more spontaneously throughout the day. And it's like, okay, it's interesting. Made me be like, what am I trying to develop in my kid here? And it's for me, it's pretty extemporaneous. And we can talk. There'll be a little bit more in the next slide about specific types of prayer. But I was just curious if any of you wanted to share here what prayer looks like for you, on the scale of, I know at least for Annalise, this is not something that is part of your, you know, routine. Um, uh, for some, I'd be interested to hear if it is something that is very integral, if you're open to sharing.
Thank you, Caroline. For me, prayer is a conversation with my God, a conversation with the Divine One. And I think we share something in common. I also believe in spontaneous praying instead of being ritualized or specific. So I pray all the time, and I'm teaching my children to pray at any time, and when they're praying, they don't need any special language. They should just tell God, whatever they feel, and just, feel comfortable, free, just make it simple. It's just understand that prayer is a conversation between
Mm-hmm.
you and your divine God. That's it. And have that basic conversation. That's how I believe in prayer.
May I say?
Yeah.
Yeah, prayer is, of course, communication with God, but the source being Him. So I see it like three-way. I don't know if you call it from Him to me, through me, and back to Him. So this is the way I see prayer is connection with God. And on the other perspective, I believe that prayer is power. That's where I got my spiritual energy through prayer. Spiritual self-care, I call it, because you can slip away and all the emotion in you and the physical being you are and psychological being all interconnected. So I believe prayer creates hope in you so that you can overcome the adversity through Him and by Him. So when in terms of my chaplaincy experience, I pray before I go to my office that people get a safe space to tell me the truth and trust me, and I relay my service to them as God being my, no one is here to monitor me, but I believe God monitors each step that I am working through. So prayer keeps me focused. Thank you
Thank you.
for asking.
Yeah. Maybe one more person if there's something
Yeah,
else.
I'll try.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, I mean, it took me a while for the word prayer to grow because I come from a Hindu background and it was a different used in different context. But in the last 10, 15 years, particularly, it's about my true compassion and making the connection to the person who's suffering or not. I personally don't believe from that compassionate energy perspective, there is no other source, but truly it is all within me. There is no limit to that compassion. And the question is making that connection with the other person, see the suffering as my own, and wishing for alleviation of that suffering. That to me is the prayer.
Ram, I'm curious, does that, when you talk about connection, does that mean that for you, prayer involves another person? Like, is there, in, what
Yeah, I
is
mean,
there any,
always
yeah,
praying for someone. It could be an insect, a bug, a leaf. Or it could be any entity, right? I mean, this is all life. We are, all 8 billion of us is 0.02% of the whole life. No, that looks pretty selfish for me to put just a human realm. If I'm looking broadly from every life form and allowing for it to thrive is a genuine wish.
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Um, I'm just gonna move on because I have like a discussion question per slide for us. So hopefully, um, so the book also then talked a little bit through different types of prayer, liturgical prayers, like um, chanted prayers, extemporaneous prayers. I think what Dave was just talking about, like more of a conversation, silent prayer. Um, Open to you guys adding any others that you would categorize. But I'm curious, then it's like, are there types of prayer you're comfortable with, or are there types that you're uncomfortable with? Um, and since I've had time to think about these questions, I can start. But I realized looking at these like that in my prayer life, the only liturgical prayer really is the Lord's Prayer. And a lot of the folks that I serve at Elmwood come from a Catholic background, or even if they're not Catholic themselves, the grandmother was. And so there is more liturgical prayer in their background and in their expectation. And so I've had some inmates say to me, like, I don't remember all the words, or I don't, like, I don't know if I know the right words, which sort of indicates a certain attitude or expectation towards prayer. And I am uncomfortable with this because the way I pray is, extemporaneous. And so I think part of this, maybe to go back to David's verbatim a little bit of like, I had to be careful myself to be like, what is the prayer that this person needs? And even if they're not saying like I want the Hail Mary specifically, like do they have comfort in certain words or in certain types of prayer? Do I offer the Lord's Prayer um, for somebody who I know has that background? Is that actually going to be a more comforting prayer to them than an extemporaneous prayer, just because that's what I'm comfortable with? So that's something I've been thinking about a little bit. So I'm just curious if anything comes up for you guys with this question, like whether there are forms of prayer that you're particularly comfortable with or even like uncomfortable with.
Well, although I don't pray, I do. I mean, I had to come to some place in my life about this question, right? So as I was going through a very difficult time and I was in a lot of pain, um, I became okay with speaking aloud. I don't call it prayer, like speaking is a cry for help. Like I might say, help me. And I mean it just retard. Well, I mean it to the sense of the unknown, because for me, it's just an unknown thing, a connection with all of this universe. For me to say, help me, I am at the end of my power. So that is a practice that I have continued ever since I went through that. And it actually helped me. It relieved me to speak aloud that I am the end of any power that I have, and I don't see anybody else's power, helping right now. So that's what I do. I don't call that prayer. I just find a way, maybe meditation. People might call that meditation. Um, and meditation for some people is prayer. I recognize that. Uh, um, so that's the kind of I'm comfortable with that.
Mm.
I'm comfortable with speaking up, sitting quietly and speaking things aloud that I may not want anybody else to hear me say, very private thing, you know.
Mm.
Um, but I grew up with liturgical prayers. I grew up Catholic, so Hail Mary, full of grace, you know. I grew up with that prayer and others. And I encourage people to pray. Obviously, when I'm at the hospital, I pray with people and I lead them in prayer. I've just performed my brother's wedding. And of course, they expected prayer. Like I looked back at one point and the person in the back's like, now pray. I was like, oh, okay. It was a strange moment, but it didn't, I mean, I could do it, Where it does cause me some discomfort is when I don't feel like it's authentic or it's
Mhm.
genuine, or I'm being like asked to do it out of a sense of duty
Yeah.
or obligation. Yeah.
Thank you, Annalise.
Mhm.
Skip? I can't
Uh,
see everybody, so I'm just kind of jumping around. Go for it.
As far as personal, I really don't. I've rid myself of any, for me personally, any prayer life about shame, guilt, or anything like that. It's thoughtful reflection. When I'm in a room, for me, if they ask me for a prayer, they're asking me for a prayer as a chaplain. That's very different if a member of my church asks me as their pastor, disciples of Christ, to pray. And I'm going to have a prayer appropriate for them as their pastor. But when they ask me as a chaplain, they're giving me permission to pray in my language for them. So I really have put, and I tried to match their tradition. And I've just found that just is awkward and just not authentic. So if they ask me to pray, I'm going to pray with them in the way I feel appropriate in that moment. I'm not going to try and step in to be anything they want. They're asking me in that moment. So I'm going to pray for them, for me. I'm not their pastor, I'm not their priest. It's a completely different role. And that insight really, it lifted a lot of burden for me that I'm I don't have to worry about that. And that brought me a lot of freedom, and in a way kind of embraced prayer more, that I thought was more like prayer should be.
Yeah, I love that. And I love that like both of you guys are talking about authenticity. And I think some of the questions down there like talk about that. I've been thinking about being respectful of their needs and then also authentic to yourself at the same time, right? Okay, there's a lot here. Sorry. I realized as I opened this up, slides are a little crowded this time. Sorry. um, but I'll try to go back. So the book talks about seeking permission. Right, we've talked a little bit about this, like when we offer and when we don't offer prayer. Um, and the language that they suggested in the book was, is there anything I can offer before I leave, such as prayer? Or do you feel we have this covered enough with this visit? Just, I think, acknowledging that sometimes when you say, like, would you like me to pray? It can be a little pressuring to be like, you know, the chaplain is here and the chaplain wants to pray. And I've had folks at the jail say, well, if you want to. And I have to be like, doesn't matter what I want to. Like, this is about you. This is your choice. Like, would it serve you or would it not serve you? I don't have an agenda here. But I can feel their response to seeing me as authority there. One of my supervisors said she will ask, like, do you use the word God, if it hasn't been clear, and they ask for prayer, to kind of start from there as a baseline. Um, and actually, she did catch me out on this very early when I was just starting. I prayed with the guy who asked about angels and who talked about angels when we were talking before, and he asked me to pray for him. And I just assumed that he was Catholic. And I ended my prayer with, in Jesus' name. And my supervisor, Kate, afterwards was like, be careful with that if you don't, because I don't know that he believes in Jesus. She knows him longer. And I was like, it was so reflexive for me. And I just made some assumptions along the way. And the book points out here that, like, that can be like a very subtle proselytization kind of moment if you use language that is not of their faith. Um, and then just to the topic of authenticity, they said, you know, like when people don't share your faith tradition and they you know, may want prayer or ask you about prayer, the suggested language in the book as an example was, you know, while I am not Buddhist, I would be able to read Buddhist prayers with your mother, or would you prefer that I contact someone from her faith tradition? Again, to like give the options. So I guess I was curious, just for us, like, how do we think about being sensitive but authentic at the same time? Or like, have you ever been in a situation where like somebody was in a faith tradition where you were like, I don't know how to pray for this, or how do you respond um, to somebody who may be asking for prayer who is not of your faith tradition, or particularly ones where you're like, I don't know how to pray for this. Yeah, go wrong.
Yeah, I've tried different things. Sometimes I ask, in your faith, does prayer play a part? Okay, it's asking permission in a sense. The other aspect is, some ways I say, I would like to pray for you. Is that okay? Okay. In that prayer, all my energy is on him. May he be free from suffering. May he find his ease. Maybe, and use this name and take him through that route. Right. And then the third option is, would you like us to pray together? In that case, I ask him, are you okay with the notion of God and who is your God? And then what are we praying for? And he gives the list and we adapt into a script and then pray for that. So those are the types I have used.
Thank you for sharing. I love hearing your language wrong, just to have ideas. Emma?
Yes. Yeah, it is kind of hard, but when you come to the situation, I guess we all are sensitive enough to listen to what the person is saying about God or about his belief. So we are sensitive, and I am sensitive, you are sensitive, because we have that notion that people need help in any way. So we are here to care. But how authentic are we? That's a very big question. So I face a situation where you think that if a person is Buddhist or Catholic or something, that will have a difficulty. Here in my own church, we have the same doctrinal belief. And yet, the person told me a very sad story, and he's still struggling but working. And at the end of our discussion, I didn't say, let me pray, but I said, would you like to pray? He said, no. And I said, would you like me to pray? He said, no. Both ways. I didn't know how to end. And one thing that helped me was Reverend Joseph was saying, don't use prayer to end your session. That's a good insight that I learned. So how could I be sensitive? I would just let them be in regardless to the need of prayer. If they need, yes, and I will allow them to pray in their own terms.
Mm.
If they want me to pray, I would ask, like Ram said, how would I pray? Do you believe in God, or do you have any other way of prayer that you can tell me? Or I will read a verse from whatever, if it is Quran or any book of prayer book that they have. So, anyways, our authenticity is based on their need.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing him a bit. Um, if are there any other thoughts on that question? Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Also,
go, David.
yes. One thing I've discovered, and especially with the clinical side, is that it's also very important to ask if there's any specific thing, something that they would like for us to pray on, because it's very important. When I started, the clinical, I've had many encounters where the patients will ask for prayers, and sometimes I'll ask them also if they would like us to pray together. I hardly tell them if I should pray for them, because I always have that feeling of power dynamic where I'm the big guy trying to pray for you. So yeah, I like to ask if we can pray together, or if even if it's appropriate for for the two of us to pray.
Mm.
Something at that same, putting myself at their level instead
Yeah.
of asking them if I can pray for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a power dynamic in that
Yeah.
situation. But it's also very important to ask if there's any specific thing that we need to pray about. What I've noticed, and I was always giving general prayers, looking at the situation in the hospital, they are in crisis, so I generalized the prayer. But one day my supervisor told me, ask them about the specifics of what they want to pray about. And I've really discovered something very surprising. Since I started using that method, I've realized that many of the patients are thinking about other things more than you are thinking.
Yeah.
Yesterday, one told me, "Oh, I want to pray for my grandson and my granddaughter who is going to be born within the next couple of days, and obviously for me." The other time, this lady is going through serious pain, but she wants me to pray for her son at home, 17-year-old boy
Yeah.
with bipolar, depression, and all kind of stuff. And he's going to be home alone. the grandmother is gonna bring the boy to his house, but to her house, but the grandmother doesn't know how to take care of that medical condition of her son. So she didn't even say, okay, pray for me. She said, pray for my son.
Yeah.
So we have to be very attentive to, generalizing our prayer and to be more specific towards the person receiving care.
Yeah, it
So,
goes back to like, what do they actually need?
what did they actually need?
Yeah.
And you'll be surprised what they really want you to pray about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's jump to skip quickly and then I'm gonna move to the next thing. I'm just
I
watching.
do not offer prayer. I'll say, is there anything else I can do to support you today? And
Yeah.
sometimes in Indiana, they'll say, and often they'll say, kind of a smirk, well, you could pray. I go, I would be glad to. That's telling me where they're coming from. Or they'll say, no, I'm good. No shame. I don't think even offering prayer is intimidating. It lets them choose. And I feel like that's a great way to leave the room. Everyone's happy every time. No, I'm good. Thank you for coming. No shame. If they want a prayer, by God, I can pray. So I love that way of moving out of the room because it puts the control in for them. And I think I don't even want to suggest a prayer for them. I want that to be their idea.
Yeah, I love that. I love that, Skip. Thank you for sharing that language. So something in the book that was interesting for me, and I think David touches us on this even with the question of like, can I pray with you, is like how to give our care recipients um, participation. So this is not something that's just happening to them. And there's an example, and I'm going to read this to you. I didn't type this all in here, but there's an example in here of a chaplain who decided to write out a prayer for a patient based on their desires. They had a conversation and they said, like, are you okay with me taking notes and writing a prayer for you? I'm going to read that to you first. She said yes, and her prayer was as follows. Dear God, I pray for an easy death. I hope to be with you and not to be punished for taking the easy way out. I pray that my family will be happy and accepting of my death. I have had a good life. I want to be comfortable. I don't want to suffer anymore. I have been pricked, plucked, sucked, and ventilated, and I just can't take it anymore. Help me not to have fear, that I can relax and go with it. Please give me a speedy death. Amen. And what I was really struck by the book here is said, upon receiving her copy, she shared her prayer with her physicians and her families. The results of our discussion led her to fill out an advanced healthcare directive and go home with hospice. She later shared that seeing her prayer had given her a sense of empowerment to speak up and to share her wishes with her loved one. This is not something I've ever done, but something that I have learned from my boss Liz is if people do ask for prayer, to ask them if they would like to pray, and letting them take the lead. And I would say maybe like 50% of the folks that I meet take me up on that, and I think they own it more when they're the ones who are praying. So, anyways, this was just something that struck me as it was that it really did something for her beyond comfort in the moment. So I'll just throw that open. I don't know if any of you guys have done stuff like this, like write prayers with people, or are there ways that you try to make this more something that they can own?
There's a thought here, Caroline. I have had conversations with Liz as well on this. When I listen to most of you in the hospital environment and different environment, right? And I'm trying to understand my own perspective. A lot of times I'm realizing more and more our inmates don't have an agency or a free will easily. They are under so much trauma, they're going to say yes to almost all questions.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, Reverend James, you have a lot more experience in this area. I love your guidance here. So in the question of prayer, particularly, right? I mean, every inmate is suffering two forces. One is they are compromised individualism. Their liberties are taken. They are under a lot of pressure with a lot of things, case, families, financial pressure, so on. and they are in forced collectivism, right? They don't get to choose who they're going to be with. So in that area, in that setting, no matter how we frame the question, that those forces influences how they answer. Right? I'm becoming more and more sensitive to it. I'm trying to learn a better ways of engaging without making it a Q&A. Any thoughts and suggestions, particularly in this regard?
I I have I haven't written any prayer for any particular person, but I'm thinking about starting to write prayers, not for any particular patient, but keep those prayers because I've come to realize that a lot of the patients keep asking for prayers, and I don't want to repeat the same prayer every day. So I'm thinking about starting to develop different kinds of prayers for different circumstances, but not for individual patient. So, yeah.
Interesting, David. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. And
Oh,
Ram, I think to your question, I mean, I think in some ways what Skip said about just like is there a way to offer support, like that is the more general question where we don't even say the word prayer because that is such an influencing word. Like I'm actually like now I'm like I want to try just asking that question for a week and seeing how many people actually ask me to pray. You know, it's really interesting to see what the response rate is. So that's a thought. Sorry, I feel like I cut off Annalise.
you didn't cut me off. Uh, yeah, I started this. I had this idea. We have a prayer wall in our chapel, and people will literally put these little postcard looking pieces of paper in the wall. And then there are people who go in and they pray. So one day I had some time and I said, you know what? I'm going to transcribe all these prayers. So I started that, and one of my colleagues like, oh, you need to give this as put this down as a project. So, but it's the funny part about this is not, that I did it or not, but it's that when I did it, I think my colleagues were surprised. Um, but I thought, and I've tried to frame it like I would like to turn this into something bigger, like a booklet, something that we could feature. Also, we could group prayers by type because it's gives us so much insight into the spiritual lives of our patients,
Hmm.
right? I guess the academic in me is thinking about the human subjects ethics of that, the ethics of doing it. But I mean, I can certainly transcribe something without putting any, I could just put love mom. I would never put a person's name or any personally identifiable, information there. But it seems like my department, I think they liked it, but I think there was a bit of jealousy. There's a bit of competitiveness in the group of people that I work with.
But what are they jealous
And
of?
I don't know. I mean, they're a bit competitive. I work with people, who, I mean, most of my colleagues are all BCC. And so I think, here I come with, I'm not quite even my second unit of CPE, but I'm an educator, that doing those kinds of things I love doing, right? But I felt a sense of like, oh, almost jealousy with that. So anywho, I'm glad that it's in progress, and I did get some support from my director on it.
Cool.
But yeah, that's something that I thought was interesting. I've thought, why not try to find a way to preserve these prayers? And then maybe we could do something with them. Maybe we'll choose not to. Maybe, we might think, well, people are praying these prayers in this private and they may not want them ever to have been transcribed,
Mm,
right? And because that's a valid, I think, consideration.
yeah,
But anyway, I still think it's a very interesting thing to do, and I've started it, so we'll see where it goes. Hopefully, it goes. I would like to see it go for more than just in our office. I'd love to see it go beyond that. and become a nice little thing. So
Thank you for sharing. I appreciate
sure.
it. Yeah. In the remaining time, I'm just going to switch briefly over to ritual, which this book also touched on. So, rituals, um, you know, some things that you could think about as ritual, like baptism is a ritual, marriage is a ritual. Some religious rituals must be done only by an ordained individual. So, like, only a Roman Catholic priest can provide the sacrament of the sick. So, then in that case, as chaplains, our job is to facilitate that interaction if we are not of the faith that can perform that ritual. And then it also had this sort of warning to consider what rituals you are able to perform. And it says that such as so the example it gave was if somebody asked for baptism for a deceased child, and a lot of Christian faiths that do have baptism will not baptize a deceased child. It is meant to be a ritual for the living. But I think the part that I really took away from this in the book was its emphasis that such a decision should be made well before a family requests a baptism for their deceased child. A patient's room is not the place for a chaplain to wrestle with his or her own theological dilemmas. And so I think there's the onus is on us to just be aware of what ritual asks may come up and to consider ahead of time how we would answer them. And I remember Kate, when I first talked to her, she's one of my supervisors at work. This was before I started CPE, and I think she was just kind of vetting me. And she was like, imagine if you aren't ordained yet, and there's a family with a dying child, and they're basically keeping the child alive because the parents want them to be baptized. Like, you don't have time to go call somebody in. What are you going to do? And I kind of, she asked me this on the phone. This was like, can I get to know you a little bit, Kate? And Kate's just like grilling me. And I freaked out because I was like, I don't know what I would do. I'm not ordained. I don't, you know? She's like, you don't have time to go call in someone. What are you going to do? And so I think it really impressed upon me what this book is saying, which is like, you need to figure yourself out before you're caught in that space. So, I feel like, at least for me so far at the jail, we have not had things of such urgency come up because we're not, at least I have not encountered like an urgent ask of this type, though I am talking to a guy who wants to be baptized. I'm curious for you guys. I feel like Annalise may have experience in this realm, but I'm curious for all of you if there are situations where you have encountered or you've thought about or wrestled with, like, is this a ritual that I can perform or not? Ram?
Yeah, I mean, logistically, I'm arranging for baptism in all three parts I'm responsible for. And there's a big process. I'm happy to share. I'm documenting it that way our ministry can follow it making it a structured approach. But I work with outside pastors and help them with clearance and make sure they are the ones to come and be able to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the jail really does not like full immersions.
And
So,
that's why I have found a
yeah.
way of what they would allow and had to work with the inmates that they're okay with it, and I had to work with the pastor that they feel they're still authentically offering the service. And so we do a lot of background stuff here.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for documenting that. I look forward to reading
Yeah.
that. Skip?
On our NICU, we have a naming and blessing for a fetal demise or of a death of a child. And I go over with the parents what that involves, naming the child's and the language in it. And if they want to include baptism in that, I explain what that is for me. If they have a faith tradition, how that would be different. And then we either do an anointing, a cross on the head, or a few sprinkles of water with a shell. And I usually give them that shell afterwards. Most of them are satisfied with the naming and blessing. And so we do that quite often in a NICU with 40 beds. So that often happens.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, yes, of course, we have, I'm expected to do it, so to speak, but I didn't know I was expected to do it until I had to do it. So that wasn't real comfortable at first for baptisms, and there are times with if it's a Catholic priest, of course, we call for the priest. We have been having some issues with priests being responsive and answering, because what if it's in the middle of the night, and I'm working in the middle of the night and they want it right then and there, and the priest doesn't respond. I would probably, I would really ask that family, probably with a witness present, are you comfortable with me doing it? I'm not a Catholic priest, but I know that you really want this to be done right now, and feeling like it's death might be imminent. So
Yeah.
I would anything, I'd have that, or I'd call for a backup from one of my staff chaplains as well. Say, what do you suggest? This is what's going on. Just get their input before I did it. But if someone really wanted it and it was very serious situation, then might have to do it. Yep.
Yeah. I appreciate your focus on their autonomy again, their autonomy of choice. Okay, that was my alarm. So I'm just going to very quickly show you my last slide, which was just that the book pointed out that there are individual rituals. They don't have to be like faith-based rituals, but there are individual community rituals, sometimes having objects that can be of significance and help somebody carry out a ritual. So I'll just throw that out there for a thought. I know that at our jail, when folks have a loved one die, something we sometimes bring is like an image of a candle, because they can't have a candle. So it's like, I'll print you a picture of candle, but that is something that you can have in your cell as you grieve. So that was it for me. I've hit my time. Thank you all for sharing so much. I feel like I just really enjoyed hearing all of your perspectives, so I appreciate it.
Okay. Caroline, how was this to you?
Enjoyable. As I said,
Enjoyable?
I just appreciated hearing all of your guys' stories, situations, sort of different perspectives. And I had picked this chapter because I just hadn't had a lot of time to think about it. And I knew this was something that I wanted to spend more time considering and learning about. So I'm glad that I had the time to do that.
Yeah, thank you for your thoughtful questions, inviting us to the conversation, and then giving us a space to share our thoughts. That's great. And each members, thank you for your contribution. I'm sorry that we have a time boundary, but that is what we're going in right now. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back, and then we will have analysis. Thank you. How are you guys holding?
Good.
Almost.
Almost there.
Okay. Ram and David, are you there? Okay. Oh, I guess Caroline is here, not just on his screen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
You ready? Okay, and it's 40 minutes. Is that right?
Mhm.
Time wise? Okay, good. I'm setting my timer too. That'll be helpful. Okay, let's see. Share. Hopefully this will share like I want it to. Let's see. Zoom windows. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. Over the shoulder as background. Okay. Okay, I hoping that you can see my screen. If you can, slideshow from the beginning, you can, I think I can. Yeah, I can't see you either, but anyhow, from the beginning. There we go. All right, so this is my book review or book summary, if you will, discussion. It was about chapter 20, written by Dane Summer. Now, the funny story is that I read the chapter, and then, at the end of each chapter is an about the author note. And lo and behold, this is the former director of the spiritual services department that I'm a part of. How about that? I was, I was like, wait a minute, because as I got to the last page and I read a little bit, it said that the author was director of chaplaincy at a Children's Mercy. So he's been retired for about 5 years. He teaches locally, but I've never met him. There's lots of mixed feelings about him as a director, but I'm just going to present his work or lead us in a discussion of what he's written here. So in the opening, he had this thought, right? There's several thoughts. I thought they were all kind of provocative. One is that there's more to pediatric chaplaincy than playful encounters. I don't know. I have yet to meet any of my colleagues who see what we do as playful encounters, but maybe there are people in the world who think that that's the life of a pediatric chaplain. It's usually the exact opposite, as you've heard me explain and talk about, that I'm often called to an encounter where the unthinkable has already happened and the possibility of death is near. So in reality, much of the chaplaincy or the engagement that I have with patients is directed to parents or grandparents and even hospital staff. So that is this author's opening, and I would say, if again, I had lots of reactions the first part of this book, the opening, but I pulled these out as aspects of this chapter I thought were really important. He goes on to say a pediatric chaplain will be challenged existentially and theologically, claiming that a pediatric chaplain might feel angry and question why children suffer. And he also asks, who but a child can show us so much about what it means to be human? And I guess in many ways that is true, right? I don't know if I say that challenges me, maybe it does, I think it's interesting to read a chapter on the work that you're doing and to read a chapter on the work that you're doing from somebody who did it in the exact same place that I'm doing it. So, but definitely, I do agree with this latter part here where it says, who but a child can show us so much about what it means to be human? And I think that's great because even when I was a Christian pastor, I I really loved the saying, unless you become like these little children, you will not enter into the kingdom of God. That was one of my favorite verses because I think that there's just an innocence to children as and some of the charting that my colleagues do often says, chaplaincy is available for tiny humans. It's for everyone in that hospital, anyone the age of 21 on down. This is a hospital that is a level 1 trauma center in the region. So we often get people who are helicoptered in, children who've been helicoptered in from as far away as Wichita, Kansas, um, and of course, right, and then we get those who are joining us from just right down the block. So there is a lot of struggle, a sense of internal turmoil about why must the children suffer like they do when they come into Children's Mercy. So that was the opening, and then in the middle, he breaks out his discussion into 4 topics: children and suffering and clinical interventions, the Odyssey, and then children and faith. He starts off by talking about anyone who works with extremely ill children is forced to observe and participate in human suffering. And I would say that is the invitation that I feel almost every time I'm in the hospital. There are times when I'm called to a room, to an encounter, to be with someone, and it's for happy reasons. Or last week, I was visiting a patient who was very, very ill, and the patient's mother, and they weren't available or they weren't awake yet, and so I happened to notice 2 twin infants next door. And the parents kept, they were checking me out, right? They were looking at me. I was sitting and talking with the nurse. And so I stuck my head in and ended up staying for about 45 minutes. And it was really a joyful visit, uh, even to the extent that at the end of the visit, both the grandparents, it was grandparents in the room with the 2 fraternal twins, identical twins, but the grandparents said, it's nice when you have a visit that is, joyful, or when it's not every visit in the hospital at a children's hospital will be for something serious or where the child is extremely ill, or it will be a celebration like it was. The 2 infants were going home and they had been premature, and now they had gained a lot of weight and looked like normal infants. As the grandparents said, they didn't even look like humans, but they had grown, and it was really a wonderful occasion. So we sat and talked for a long time, and I enjoyed that. But it is very hard to see many of the children who suffer at Children's Mercy. The author, Dr. Summers, says no one can stand idly by and just watch as a child suffers. I mean, I don't know about whether I think his statement is true, but I do know that it is very difficult for most of us to watch any child suffer. So that speaks to the nature of the work being almost justice oriented, because there's always a significant kind of feeling that you have inside of yourself just wanting to help, but can't, right? So a wonderful line in this chapter was that suffering has overwhelming power. When we suffer, we're acted upon by a force or an entity over which we have no control. And then other times, children suffer because of what someone else has done or not, and it has caused them harm. And this is definitely the case with many of our children. Their parents come in, they have a tremendous sense of guilt. Something has happened, or, it's happened because maybe of another human's lack of care. And so parents often express a lot of guilt at this hospital during an encounter. They really do, or during a death, as death is unfolding, to say, oh my gosh, that, this morning I, said something bad, or I did this and that. Something I often hear in the hospital setting. But Dr. Summer says the chaplain's presence may be the only voice of truth. The chaplain's presence may be the only voice that helps the family move beyond quick cliches to an honest understanding of how fragile life can be. And I really appreciated that. There, the chaplain in a hospital setting, in a pediatric setting, really, really does stand alone in many ways. There are times when I feel like I'm there as an advocate, or like if someone comes into the trauma ER room, and their parents aren't there, I'd make it a point to sit in the room with the patient as they're working on him. And I have it's kind of like my trademark. It's kind of what I do. Not every chaplain does that. There are different approaches. I was sitting with one of my colleagues yesterday, and she was saying how she just kind of sits back and lets things unfold if the family aren't present. And then once the family is present, and or there is a death, she says, then she's in charge. So it was like, whoa. She said, at that point, I'm in charge. And when she's saying in charge, she means she is in charge of what's going on in the ED as it pertains to that patient and that family in those moments. She's been there 22 years, so I take her seriously. She's a powerful, powerful chaplain. Two interventions expressed by the author. He says the first thing, or one thing that a pediatric chaplain should always do is express valid concern for suffering without taking away the perpetrator's sense of guilt. Now, this was directed at those families or those parents or those, the adults that were in charge who may have done something to cause harm. He said that it's important to avoid quick, easy answers. If someone says, oh, it's my fault, instead of saying, no, it's not, but just to help kind of move through those feelings with a family member. Give them as many choices as possible to think about in terms of interacting with them, and then try to hear the child's side of the story and to listen for the patient's narrative as to what happened. Then he also says another intervention is to add our voice to other clinical voices. Sometimes the chaplain and the nursing staff work hand in hand, but I've actually been involved in calls to the especially to the emergency department where that's not very easy because everybody wants to be in charge and everyone has an idea of how things are supposed to go. And the hospital has their own. I've only been at this hospital for 6 months. So in some cases I'm, sitting back, but there is a time when the chaplain becomes the central driver of everything that's happening there in that particular ED, in this particular ED. It reminds me of a saying by Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is a African-American comedian, and he had a saying on his latest new show, which I really have listened to over and over again. But he says his mom told him one time in life, son, sometimes you have to be a lion to be the lamb that you really are. And I love that because it sometimes as chaplain, I am the lion. And we've talked about pastoral authority in here, but there are times when the chaplain becomes again the centerpiece of everything that's happening. And it's an incredible role to have, but it's also a scary one too. So I've had to tread lightly with that. I've learned a lot, but I think that some of what my colleague who's been there 22 years is saying is reflective of her engagement with this particular writer because she worked directly with him and had a lot of really good things to say about him. Others not so much, but so it's interesting. But I do like this piece. Sometimes we learn that the patient's questions or voice has not been heard. And I just gave a talk at the hospital with another group that does education and provides continuing ed units for staff and I guess anyone else. And it was really about the power of storytelling and that every patient has a story. As we've talked about, every patient is a living human document. And even if they are unable to speak, it's important to listen for the story that that child is telling with their life or with their death. Okay. On the question of theodicy, Dr. Summer says, whenever there's an interface with children, there must be a discussion of theodicy. This is a point that he made that I didn't initially agree with. I still don't know if I do, because one thing I did notice about his chapter is extremely Christian-centered. Wasn't much room for a discussion of anyone else who might not see their lives in terms of spiritual, spirituality or Christian spirituality. So I felt like that was a limitation of what he had written, but I do think it's important to ask these questions, and people do ask these questions when they see children suffering and when the chaplain walks into the room. Where is God in the midst of this suffering? Why does God seemingly allow suffering to occur in the lives of some children and miraculously lifts the burden of others? I think those are logical questions to be asking. And but when he's writing this chapter, he's saying the chaplain is struggling with these questions. That's what he means, or at least that's how I understand it as he writes this. And I do think that's an aspect of it. Even before I accepted the position, they were giving me, one of the chaplains was giving me a tour, and she asked me if I had children. And I shared that with a friend, and she's like, that's a legal question. She shouldn't be asking you that. But I kind of understood why she was asking me that. And I think it had to do with this theological matter, right? The matter of theodicy, which really, in my understanding, has to do with fairness, the fairness of God, or the fairness of life. And so, when a child comes in and I had worked to death well, I was called to the ED on Sunday, and it was, by the time I got there, they were getting ready to pronounce a 1.5-month-old child as deceased. And in that case, the parent who came in with the child wasn't, well, they were momentarily, or for about 10-15 minutes, they were allowed to see their child. But then that was it. Once the mother got there, they cut it off because it was being determined a potential crime. The death of that child was being determined by the medical examiner, or they had accepted the case. So it was becoming a potential crime, a matter of crime. Whether or not it worked out like that, I don't know, because once a child's body, a deceased patient's body, goes to the ME, our hospital is kind of out of it. We are no longer involved unless it would become a legal matter or something like that. So that's a very difficult thing. I guess in that sense, I do sit with questions of justice even for the parents, because it does seem that many of our non-white parents are often reported when white parents are not. To me, that's what it seems like to me. So there's, I guess you could say, yes, that's the struggle. Is, there are lots of ways in which, as a chaplain, you could be feeling like something is unfair here. So, um, this is another great quote. This is not my writing. This is a quote from the chapter. Religious traditions and instructions are vitally important, but in the face of great personal suffering and in the face of suffering, everyone needs to get honest about who God is. I would definitely agree with that. It's in that section of Dr. Summer, presenting about the Odyssey, and also, as he gets into, clinical interventions and children and faith. And I really see what he's doing is leading the reader into a section on how to help a child tell their own story. So this really fits with what I presented before. He said children's belief systems have been informed by their family of origin environments, and then I added, and cultural, should be cultural, social upbringings. And that's very, very true. I mean, a 5-year-old, 10-year-old, 12-year-old, even a 21-year-old is often deeply informed by their family or where they grew up as to their belief in God or not. And what the author says is it's imperative that pastoral care open opportunities for children to talk about who God is to them. And he recommends asking questions, using the power of storytelling, using the magical terms in which children talk about just things in general. Like, why do you think kids get sick? Right? So that's a wonderful way to open up a conversation with a 5-year-old, or in this picture, this is just a stock picture from the internet, maybe a 3-year-old or something. Why do you think kids get sick? And then engage them in a conversation on that. Other ways that he says we could do this, finding out who is God to the child, finding out whether they think of God as a helper or someone who is punitive, or an entity that is punitive. And I thought with us, we could, because I'm coming to the end of my slides here in a few short shakes here, but, can you think of other ways of connecting with children and families? How would you be present, sorry, at the time of death in the ER, the pediatric intensive care unit, the neonatal intensive care unit, the cardiac intensive care unit? All of these are units at Children's Mercy, and then, of course, the Fetal Health Center. How would you do that? And then when the family is not allowed to see their family because it has been determined that there is a potential crime scene there, how might you be present with them? Anyone? Matter of fact, what I'll do is kind of stop my share so that we could reflect on some of those questions, or maybe I can, nope, sorry, maybe I can put them in the chat. So I put that here. How would you be present at the time of death? Or when the family is not allowed, how would you be present? Make yourself present. Make your presence known if the family was denied access, put it like that. Open for sharing. I have a few more slides after this, but that's a good stopping point for a second.
Annalise, I just thank you for your presentation. I have immense respect for what you do. I I have served maternity and NICU, but it's not trauma one. And my experience, I learned from mentors when I enter into a room with NICU, it's as much about what is not said and presence as anything. I'm amazed of what few words I say in those moments and just being there with them and letting them guide. It's an awkward silence, and I've learned that that's okay. And in my experience, they'll lead you where they need to go. Um, and less words is better, because if we come in there and just talk and talk and talk, something wrong will eventually come out. Those are fearful moments, and I have just so much respect. I can't imagine you're taking it to another level, another level. So less is more, presence is the best, to be in that space with them, to be a non-medical space for them to have freedom to say what they want to say and feel what they want to feel, and you just walk with them. It's oof, it's significant. That's to your first question. To your second, I have not experienced that, and woo wee, that would be
That's hard.
difficult.
That happened to me Sunday. So I was called to the ED. The father was allowed to see the deceased daughter, but then we had to move back into a small private room. And, I sat next to the father because the mother had been there too, but she almost took down the whole curtain in the room where the child was. Literally, she almost wiped it out, pulled it down on the ground, and I got down on the ground with her and said, "You are doing exactly what you should be doing right now. Let it out. It's okay. I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna be right here with you on this floor. It's okay." And I mean, and that's when I could see myself becoming the one in charge. Where I said, "Could you please get me a cold cloth?" I put it on her neck, just held it on her neck. I just let it go. She was shaking, trembling. I said, "It's okay. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here with you. This is what I do. This is what I do. I'm here with you." And it works. It works when you allow the trauma to move through someone organically. So there I was. Mother and father didn't speak to each other really. The baby had been with the daughter at the time of the death, so you can imagine what was going to come next. But I was on the floor, and even the nurse said later, "I really admire you." I was in a dress too. Nurse said, "Oh my goodness." So I've learned to put myself in the same space as this parent, right? To be right with them. And so I just letting her know this is all right. Your baby deserves it. Your baby deserves this kind of grief. It's all right. I'm right here. And so then later we get back into the room, and the father was like, literally, he went and he sat in a corner, and I knew he was crying. So after I took care of mom for a little while, I moved over. I sat right next to the father. I said, "I don't have any words for you right now, but is there anything I can get you?" He said, "I need a cigarette." I said, "Well, I can't get you a cigarette, but I can walk with you across this hospital. You can get some fresh air, walk outside." Woo, woo, woo. He said, "Okay, let's go," because he wanted to get out of there. I walked with him, and by the time we had reached the other side of the hospital, and there were we have another division of people who work with children, because he brought all of his 5 other children with him. They were all in the room, and they stayed in the room. I said, "Would you be here while I walk with this father?" And they said, "Yes." So when we got over there, his mother came in, and she had a pack of cigarettes, and because he had already been on the phone with her to bring her in. And I nearly got his mother in my arms, crying, trembling. Now, mind you, I'm the only chaplain in the hospital. So It is unbelievably tiring, but it's also extremely fulfilling. I walk out of there every time feeling grateful and feeling like I've helped somebody. But it's also very hard because then I got blamed. Like I said, I think I said it earlier, I got blamed. The wrong ME was called. No, the right ME was called because I had to call the ME from Jackson County, which is the county we're in. And then the ME from Jackson County is the one who defers to the county of illness or the county of injury. So I defended myself. It happened the next day. My boss came in, she asked me about it, and she said, okay, that's all I need to know.
Mm.
So we're constantly in that political, that competitive space, even with, but at that time that I'm giving care to a family, I'm not even looking at the staff, right? I'm just being in this pain with people and on that human level, because of course, it's, because I am a humanist. And so, but if they said, I got to pray right now, or why God, I would gladly go with them with that thinking. I think what I would say is, okay, I hear you asking God, why? Come on, tell me about that. Talk to me, tell me. That's just what I've learned to do in times of crisis because I've been in with people of different ages in a time of crisis my entire life. My entire adult life has been helping people in that way. So you're absolutely right. It is a very scary place to be. I'm afraid always of saying the wrong thing, but that's what it is for me almost every Sunday. Thank you, Skip. Anybody else think of any ways you might have of connecting with children and family, or maybe if the access was denied, what might you give?
Well, I don't have a direct experience on this. It's beautiful the way you describe the whole thing. I do feel it. But what generally comes to me is when I'm with an inmate announcing a death, or their newborn passed away, or a young one passed away. One thing that spontaneously happens, a part of my presence, is to cry with. Cry with. Mm. And there in itself, let that thing be completely acknowledged that I'm deeply committed to that person with all of my feelings, thoughts, and emotions at that moment.
Sure.
Mm.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I have difficulty with that.
Mm.
I have
Mm.
difficulty crying if it doesn't come to me.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
I haven't yet felt it like that in the whole 6 months that I've been there.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
I felt empathy and I felt
Empathy is right.
sadness, but I have
Yeah.
not been like moved to the space of tears.
Yeah.
Even when 2-year-old gunshot wound to the head, a mother, young African American woman, and even then I couldn't. I wasn't moved
Yeah.
to the place of tears, but I was present to her and to her family. But I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, and this is a great presentation as always. You are wonderful when you present your thoughts on presentations. Anyway, I will go with the first question. How would you present? How would you be present at a time of death? I think your environment is very unique as compared to everybody's, environment. I'm in an environment where most of the people who pass away are very elderly people, and most of the time there's family around, you know, I mean, showing their last respect or participating in the last rites or something like that. So it's a little bit, it's all about death anyway, but I think environment is quite very unique because we are talking about children. So in my experience, I think I will create some kind of, a loving, supportive environment for the family, focusing mostly on quiet presence. Because at this particular moment words are not, it's not going to be enough. And I think it's not even going to be necessary. It's all about quietness and giving the family the space to grieve and to process what is going on in front of them. I think that's what I can say that if I were to be in your environment, which I think I cannot, knowing who I am. But we thank you very much for all the work you are doing over there and also your great presentations and sharing all this wonderful knowledge all the time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, David.
Mhm.
Anyone
Let's
else?
say I couldn't do your job because I'd be crying all the time. I don't think I could not. It's just too close to home for me. But
Yeah.
so again, I echo Skip in saying thank you for the work you do, because it's vital. And I think to your questions of just the situation of the family being denied access just feels so hard. I think I think everybody has said this is a no word situation, but in some ways I feel like for the parent that is denied access, having information can maybe be a way of saying like, I care, I'm trying to keep you informed. Even I don't know if they're allowed to have information if they're under suspicion, but just like I think really going back to like, I see you in this particularly hard spot, and I think recognizing that their grief is even more complicated and that they're probably holding a lot of anger and a lot just like the number of feelings they try to contain is even more than maybe the pure grief of a family who is right there. um I think that's just what comes to mind for me, just being aware of that and maybe trying to give them openings to express all all of those feelings. And the issues of justice and the issues of all of those things you know come up when you think about that type of situation. um yeah, so
Yeah.
those were my very incoherent thoughts here. So
Babette, what you got for me?
Yeah, um, I appreciate your openness on how you laid out uh, and how you were caring and going down on the ground to be with the mother. It's such a caring experience that I learned from you. Uh, I might I might not tend to fall down, like go down, but I would definitely, you will find me crying, obviously. So I'm just a sensitive person in that area that I wouldn't. I have to contain myself. I have to tell myself, don't do it too much. Don't do it too much. So because the emotion might come vivid to somebody else to watch me, so I have to contain myself. Um, Spiritually, being present, you said, yes, how would you be present? I'll be present prayerfully, silent prayer. They don't have to hear what I'm saying, but I would pray to God, saying, God, help them, comfort them. I cannot comfort them like you do. So my own belief in God, thinking that God will not confront, but comfort people, and give them peace. It's just hard in that situation when they don't know what's happening to their loved ones. And I know I don't have the experience of seeing a dead child, but I know from the experience that hospitals will not allow a parent to take a dead child immediately before somebody who is allowed to pronounce his death officially. They have to also do with this certification stuff. So they have their own procedure. I wouldn't, unless I know for sure, I wouldn't go for justice in that regard because they are doing their job. But what I would do is I would be present for the mother and the father as much as I can, and with silent prayer.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Well, James, before I want to hear from you too. And I have the closing, a couple of slides of closing. Do you want me to go ahead with them and then
Yeah,
you
5 minutes. How about that?
5 minutes? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just share real quickly. Okay. So, slideshow from current slide. So the authors is in closing, he really takes a look at the chaplain suffering. He says pastoral care with children and family causes in us, the caregivers, to suffer. We are drawn into the suffering of children because of the unfairness and the unacceptability of it. We are affected because there are times we want to change the outcome of a situation, but find that we are powerless. Pastoral care should be care with children requires discipline, self-scrutiny, so that we can understand how we are affected by the suffering that we see. And it may mean developing our own therapeutic relationship to help us articulate painful emotions. His final thoughts are develop a therapeutic infrastructure that acknowledges or maybe even accepts the suffering of children. And then I'll just read this last part. We have to believe that God will be present with us and with every child, no matter what we face, although I did put down who is we, but he means chaplains, no matter what we face.
Nice.
Now stop there.
Oh,
That was beautiful. Yeah. So there was another thing, Alice, that came to my mind.
Yeah.
You know, the true definition of the word passion is suffer with,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I do quite a bit of grief work, particularly around climate crisis and the climate anxiety and somewhere in that area. One of the things we discuss, or at least we facilitate, is a discussion around looking at the suffering from divine realm versus human realm. And we apply the logic of human realm into the divine realm and try to find answers. And we don't, in that process, we can make it very cerebral activity and look for answers, was again seeing the divine realm playing out. So I don't know if you have the capacity to understand. Oftentimes, even though we don't go to any specific answer, there is a sense of ease people find orienting themselves into that topic.
Yes, I mean, much of what I understand is what people call spiritual. I often call that deeply human. I mean, I don't, and if I were like in African American cosmology or more African cosmology, what I've learned is there's no separation between the sacred and the secular, right? The two are one. And so, if anything, that's where I am, right? These two are really one for me. I don't have to differentiate between human and anything else because to be human is all of that for me.
That
Divine,
works
sacred.
very, yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
that works very well with nuns, NONES, that we
Oh,
talked about last
absolutely.
week.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
okay, group. I appreciate you, Annalise.
Thank you.
You're so brave to be there. It's a very special gift. Your presence
You.
and your care. Yeah, it's by listening to your sharing, I feel like feeling overwhelmed. Not everyone can do it, but you appreciate that. Okay, now we have 30 minutes, and I want to do some catch-up business. The first thing is I want to receive your verbatims and also your presentation if you didn't send it to me yet. So I want to read it as I'm about to read your final evaluations. I needed some resources. And secondly, please make sure you catch up with your ACP tracking outcomes. As much as you can do, please do. And thirdly, your final reflection due, the last one will be, let's make it end of the April will be the last one. Then you don't have to. And then the last week before final week, which is, I see the calendar.
Sorry, so that means we do 2 more or 3 more final reflections?
Let me look at it. What is the 16? So 2 more.
We only have one more class, right? We don't have the 30th.
Yeah, we don't have a 30th. I would like to have your reflection paper on at the end of April, because I want to hear from your final project, final evaluation, writing reflection. And graduation is May 12th, 10 o'clock, California time. And it takes usually 2 or 3 hours, right? Skip and Ram? Is it 2 hours, 3 hours?
At least 2 hours, I remember.
Yeah. So
What is it? Sorry, my internet was flaky. Can you repeat that?
So graduation is May 12th, 10 a.m.
13th.
No, 12. Is it 13? No,
12.
12.
12.
Tuesday.
So that would be 1 o'clock Eastern.
Mm-hmm. So make sure you're writing your final evaluation before, and make sure your ACP tracking, and make sure your reflection, 2 more reflections. So now I'm giving you mic to Skip and Ram, because I'm sure you guys have some questions about what is a final evaluation? What am I supposed to do? Your final evaluation will be kept by ACPE, which means any next CPE educators, anybody requiring, they will send it to them. So it's really important. So don't take it lightly and put your all effort right there. Skip.
And Ram probably has some suggestions. What I have found might be helpful with your final evaluation is begin now if you haven't, not tonight. And if you can download the handbook, the ACPE, the CPE CC handbook on your laptop, and then go to your final evaluation that is pertinent to your outcome and indicators, and then copy that into a project for your final evaluation, and then begin working on that. You're going to have specific things that you're going to do, evaluate your goals. You're going to begin talking about an image that's meaningful for you for your process. And then you're going to input, you're going to self evaluate each of your outcomes from your examples that you have filled in from your outcomes and indicators, like 2 or 3 you've met or exceeded. Then you're going to, if you've done that work, then you're going to cut and paste that into your final evaluation. So if you did that all 2 or 3 days before, it would be enormous. And then James may add some additional things about images and reflections going forward. So it is an impressive document that really needs some thoughtful reflection. And for me, it's best to work on it, take a break, work on it, take a break. So your outcome and indicators are going to be a lion's share of what your final evaluation is. That's how I've experienced it. Ron, what would you add?
Yeah, this is great. Thank you. Sorry, my internet was very flaky. I missed some of the conversations before. So what we do on the indicators part, what I was doing last few units was not, I mean, of course, each indicator we rate ourselves, but the self-reflection is for A, B, C, D, E at the category level. We are summarizing our self-reflection at the each one of those 5 categories we have. Okay, that's what I was doing. In the category reflection, I'm calling out either the subgroups or specific indicators as appropriate. Okay, that was my reflection part of it. Of course, there's a symbol part of it, there's a project part of it that for the to be side, and I'll just summarize that. So my question again was, sorry, I missed the conversation. So we are submitting weekly reflection for 2 more weeks or 3 more weeks?
2 more weeks.
2 more weeks, okay.
This week.
So that
That's
so
too much?
one is for this weekend, another one for next weekend. Okay, got it. Okay, that's good.
Can I just ask a question of Skip? So, sorry, it'll be easier if I actually share this. When you talked about images, are you talking about this like symbol here?
Yeah.
Well, yes. So what I would do is just copy and paste that whole thing, then put it in a separate document, and then just you can go in and okay. So I already have the image of what I want to do for my CPE journal this unit, journey this unit. Then you can input that into your project, and then just follow that as a template and just fill it in as you need it. But you have to be careful. You have to download it first because some of that with the blocks down there, you can't just cut and paste in some documents. Rom is better at that than I am.
Okay. When you said images, I just want to check that you're referring to like the symbol question that they were asking
the symbol,
there.
right?
Okay.
Right.
Because I was like, I don't see somewhere else where they're asking for images. Okay. Sorry, this is all so new to me. And when you say project, this is the same, like you're talking about the same thing, not a separate project, right? Skip.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, I think I like to say, right? I've seen in the last 3 units, people bring symbols that they already seen someplace or what inspired them, or they create on their own what truly represent the journey. So we can go either way. You have that latitude.
I think the key is to begin now.
Yes.
Yeah, begin now.
And for our last class together, which is those sharing our final evaluations, like are we sharing this document or are we doing like a presentation on the
This document.
this
This
document? Okay,
document.
great. Okay. Just making
Good
sure I'm not
question.
making 2 things.
No, good question. Yeah. And then when we go to graduation, usually they ask us to just talk about the symbol that we have come up with at the time of graduation. And just
then part of the
we only have like a 5 to 10 minutes at best for each one of those. Yeah.
And then they recognize you and they recognize you, but also there's a time at the very end where they're going to ask you your evaluation of the CPE experience, your educator, the process, and that is without James or anyone else. That's with you and the board, where they ask for your feedback of how they can improve the process. That's like the last hour or last 40 minutes.
Where do we go?
It's online.
Oh, it's online.
It's all online.
So I will join at the beginning of the ceremony when you receive electric version of your graduation certification, and I'll be asked to leave, and then you'll be staying there 1 or 2 more hours. Yeah.
So come prepared with ode to James.
Yeah. They don't say who said what, so it's okay. Say
I'll bring a hand puppet, and that can be James.
Yeah.
That's good.
Can I ask, I don't know if I have all of your numbers, telephone numbers, or a way to get a hold of, do I have that? But I don't know if you all would be willing to kind of collaborate at least one day, do a couple of hours together.
Yeah.
So how could we put that together here?
So I think I will create a Google Doc and send it to you guys link and just enter your contact email and phone numbers.
Thank you so much. That would be so helpful to
Right, one
reach out to
centralized
you all.
resource. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. I'll send.
awesome.
I'll start something. Yeah.
Thank you.
Carolyn, you need to enter two line, one for the cat and one for yourself.
Excellent. How you contact this cat is
Cat.
you take any amount of kibble out and
Right.
he's like, "Oh my gosh, food."
So cute.
I think I'm gonna use the symbols that, we all gave each other names and symbols and stuff like that, so we could use some of that, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like the
yeah.
names and the symbols that have been shared about
Or
us.
just or more example and that's good. If there's one that represents your journey this
Yes,
unit, just
yes, yes, yes.
anything that represents you.
I
What's
got it.
this? Be creative and just
I
be
already know
unique.
what it is. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's centering. Oh, you know what? As soon as I said let's centering, I was about to pray. Dear
That's
heaven.
all right.
Oh,
Pray. If that's what you
Oh
feel like doing, yes, do
yeah.
it, do
Closing,
it,
closing prayer.
do
Let's go
it.
home. Let's
Yeah.
centering our minds together with a silence. Let's give it some like a 20 seconds. Just breathing. Okay, let's open our eyes and briefly share how was our process. Let's experience together and then let's share your experience. Satisfied, dissatisfied, learning new things, or discovery, something else.
I'll start. I'm deeply satisfied. Uh, the whole notion of the topics on verbatim were deeply stirring and touching still in me. Right. And also we connected on verbatim. The book report aligned with the same topic around mortality related and the role that we have to bring in. And sometimes I feel this is overwhelming as chaplains, but then that's what we're getting trained for. And as long as I don't have expectations, that's one insight I got today. I should be fine. Anyone else?
I can go. Um, as I think of our group, I think of our patients. We are here diverse, a diverse group. Ram, Annalyn, Skip, Caroline, David, myself. Our even belief system is different. It's very diverse. And I learn each day when we have class discussion, I'm learning from you guys. And that enriches my chaplaincy experience in the future. And I'm so thankful to you all. So I have explored, and this was perfectly learning moment for me, and I'm deeply satisfied. Anyone else? Sorry.
I can go, but I hear so you're satisfied and grateful for the learning experience from our class of diverse peers here. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, I join you. I very much feel the same thing, and I guess my reflection is that I feel like this is such a 1A student thing to say. I feel like in our conversations, I feel like more and more I understand why a chaplain is needed and how that is a distinct role. And I just appreciate having you all to discuss that with and reflect on that with. So I'm very satisfied. Anyone else?
Oh, Caroline, I heard you were satisfied in hearing the importance of the role of a chaplain and how meaningful that is for you. Did I get that right? I join you with that. Deeply satisfied for the deep exploration into our experience as well as the care recipient and the thoughtful experience through prayer reflection and care for the most vulnerable among us. Heavy, deep class today, but yet feeling satisfied through that. Thank each of you and for this process. Anyone else?
Hello, Skip. I overheard you say that you are very satisfied with the course, what we've done today, what we've studied today, especially with all the diverse, perspective in our presentations today, and that you feel very, very satisfied. Did I hear you right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm also very satisfied and very, very encouraged. I thank you folks for the support and how much knowledge you brought onto the table for everybody to learn something from each other. Every day I'm learning something new. Last week I learned something from the group, especially when Annalise mentioned something I never heard about called pastoral authority, because when the doctor came in the room, I just left the room, not knowing that I also have an authority to be in that room, So I'm always learning something. Today we learned something about, a prayer from Caroline, the different types of, prayers and how to confront, our care receivers when we are talking about prayer. We also learned something extraordinary from Annalise regarding chaplaincy within children's, facility. It's a tough work. I know I can never do that, but I appreciate her bringing that kind of knowledge to all of us to understand what is going on in different sectors. Those working in the prison sector, are always, even though some of us are not working in that environment, at least we know what is going on through the presentations that our colleagues are bringing on the table. To make things short, I thank you all, Skip, Annalise, Emma Bates, Caroline, Ram, I thank you all. And one thing I've learned today, which is very important to me, is Skip's presentation talked about difference in theology. My presentation also touched about difference in theology. However, Skip didn't give alternative theology. I did. So it's like different perspective of handling situations, but I've learned and I'll continue to control my edge and trying to fix problem, as Caroline pointed out to me. David, last week you said you don't want to fix problems, so don't fix problems. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm very satisfied to be with you guys. Anyone else?
Yes, David. I can see you are growing leaps and bounds and able to glean something from each and everybody's shares and sessions, presentations, and I believe it's making a good difference for you. Did I get that right?
Yes, you got it right.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm feeling a bit of relief. I think some of the hardest stuff that I have had to do for the semester is almost over. I know I need to tighten up my indicators, and so I'm also a little bit nervous about doing all that and catching up to where I need to be, but I know I can do it. So I look forward to wrapping up in the next few weeks and to graduating. And thank you all for coming and contributing and giving us something to think about as it pertains to CPE. Everyone, thank you. Anyone else?
Time to go home. Great job, everybody. Thank you so much for your presence, sitting on a chair 5 hours. We made it. 2 more sessions and you'll be released. Have a good night. Enjoy your night. Good sleep. And if you have a question, text me anytime. Dave?
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Reach out if you have any questions. Ram and I are here.
Wonderful.
You can do it.
Thank you, Ryan.
You can do it.
I'm gonna take you up on that, Skip.
Please do. Please do.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. David, you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, just regarding the text message you sent, and I wasn't able to actually do anything last night when I came home.
You don't have to. When
Yeah.
you share your pre-surgery visit, you're asking me my wisdom. So
Yeah.
that's why questions started. You don't have to write.
Yeah.
I clearly mentioned in your text that you don't have to write. That's a suggestion.
Yes.
You don't have to.
Yeah. However, I've already done this, so I wanted to finish it up.
Yeah.
What I do is I usually, the little time I get, I write something. So I always end up going back to clean everything up. But one thing I needed to share with you is and that's giving me a little bit of difficulty or some kind of hindrance, is that over there at my site, you know, even though I have an office, I have the computer that I work on, I can't do anything except the work for Kaiser. I mean, we have been told not to use it for any other, personal things or anything else. Even though, if I'm writing something about chaplaincy, that's the work I'm doing, right? But I don't understand. So I don't do anything apart from it. So even if I get some idea and I want to write it down, type it down, and I have to write it somewhere when I come home, then I will just input it into my system. Now, I think that is a challenge and a
It is.
hindrance, because when you are doing something real time, you can just type them up, and even some of the like some of the things that are, I mean, even the verbatim, I mean, I could do something, at the office when real time when I'm actually doing this thing, I got the information, but we've been told we can't use the computer for anything, so I can't do anything, and I'm out 10 hours, almost 1 20 minutes drive in, 1 20 minutes, hour 20 minutes back, 8 hours there. So almost half of the day is spent over there. By the time I come home, already exhausted.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
I have my laptop in my car, and I cannot use it either because I don't want them to have the assumption that since I'm using my laptop, and I've been in the corporate America for years, so I understand. They would think that I'm doing my own thing instead of working for them. So that is the challenge that I'm facing right now. I can't use my laptop because I'm afraid to have that assumption that I'm doing my own thing, and I can't use their computer to do anything outside of what I'm doing for Kaiser.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big challenge for me.
So you face the challenge. So I'm curious, how would you handle the challenge? What's your plan for the challenge?
The plan is to write things down, and then when I come back home, I input those things. But by the time I come back home, I'm exhausted to the point. But don't forget, after all these difficult hours over there, I still have to drive about hour 50, hour 20 minutes to get home.
So let me change the question. So what are your needs?
Now, my needs is to be able to do some, to do basic things related to what I'm doing at the site, but by being able to use the computer to write things down, or I mean, not something personal, but something related to what I'm doing over there. If I'm able to, but I don't know.
Did you ask?
Because I've been told that we can use the Kaiser computer for anything else except what we are doing.
So my question is, did you ask Reverend Royce explaining, I have a 2-3 hours of commute, working many hours here. So at least can I use my laptop during lunchtime or break time? Is it okay? Did you?
No. I mean, break time, absolutely. You can use break time, but you have 30 minutes break time. And that is the only time you have to go and grab something to eat. Or at least relax, a bit, because this environment that sometimes you need to go out and
So I'm circling back. What are your needs then? What's your need?
That's what I said, that I wish I would be able to use the air compressor, but I don't know how to approach it.
Ask.
Even if it is approachable, because I don't think I'm in the position.
Ask.
I don't think I'm in the position to ask, but if
why you think that? Why?
Because that was some of the information I was instructed about when I first started. So going back to ask is difficult.
So if we say there's restraining force, you get rid of it, then what are the options? Other options you can do it.
I don't know. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that this is some of the challenges that I'm having, because like this verbatim, I mean, I drafted it like a week ago, but if I had the chance, to do something, I mean, I could have done all the cleanups while at work, and I have a little bit of time on my laptop. But because I'm not very familiar with the environment, I'm not familiar very well with how things work over there, and being told that, you can't use the computer for anything else.
So you keep saying your problems. I see that. Yeah. You're an engineer, so you found a problem in the computer. So what is your solution?
At this point, I don't know. Unless maybe I need to talk to I need to talk to either Ross, or I need to talk to Reverend Joseph to see if there is. But I wanted to bring that to your attention first.
Okay.
And maybe you can also advise on maybe what we are doing now. What do you think we can do, to solve this problem? Because I don't want somebody to think that I'm coming to the office just to use my laptop to do my own thing. I don't believe in that. I'm not that kind of person.
My
And
suggestion then.
I always want to maintain my dignity and my integrity. So I don't.
Since you asked me, so my suggestion is, can you go talk to Reverend Royce? As you explain it to me, can you explain it to him? and ask his permission. Is it okay? And if you say no, then we can come with a different plan. Yeah,
Okay.
maybe I can call. Talk to him to support you.
Okay.
Okay, but I want you to take your initiative, ownership.
Okay.
And you can say that I share with the Reverend Kim, and you can share that I support you using laptop at the hospital. I mean, that's not prison. That's a hospital. Everybody comes with their thing.
I know. That's why
So,
I'm very surprised. But
yeah.
I mean, that is because don't for, I mean, the thing is, I'm there through the recommendation of somebody, and I always want to make sure that even if I have to go, I go with that good name and that relationship that I came to meet has to be intact when I'm leaving. I'm not the one who's going to rock somebody's boat or something like that. So yeah, it has been a challenge, and it's not like I'm using it to write about exactly what we're doing, at the
Supposed to
wake.
be, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so
This is part of your education. So go to Reverend Voice
okay,
and process with him. I will definitely support you. I will make a phone call and then I ask him what's the option for you. If he said there's nothing you can do, then from there you can find a different time,
okay,
different tactics.
okay. Yeah, because I always I go my laptop is always in my car, and sometimes I try to use the 30 minutes, but it doesn't work because that 30 minutes to eat, I need to also have some walk a little bit just to refresh my memory because that place is also very tough. I mean, you are aware of that, so I don't even need to explain to you, with all what is going on and, supporting all these patients and their families. You need time to, get off from the space and take some walk and regain your sanity in some ways, you know. Yeah, so that's the time. I mean, yesterday I feel like, no, I can't, this is too much because I could have done this at work. I could have sent it to you, but then when I arrive home, I said, okay, I'll do it when I get home, you know. And when I got to home, I mean, I was awake till like 1 o'clock.
Oh my.
Yeah, I said, I'm gonna test you that, I'm not gonna be able to send it because I know that you always wanted to get my presentation first so that you can read through it and help me align it properly, before maybe the actual time. But I couldn't do it, and I feel like, this is something I could have done at work, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you get this information, you put it down there and it makes things easier. Instead of coming home thinking that you can do it, then you feel like, hey, I can't do it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think
And
you can
yesterday
do
was
it.
a very tough day at work.
Mm,
Very, very, very tough day.
sorry to
Yeah.
hear that.
A
Yeah.
lot of rounds, a lot of patients and death. Uh,
Sounds like you're exhausted.
no, very, very. I wasn't feeling very well. Actually, it was so funny. I was feeling a little bit dizzy at some point, and Reverend Rose gave me uh, the blood pressure or something to check. Can you believe I was like 180 over 95? Yeah. Then it went, then, I shut out everything, went out, walked a little bit, and then came back, and I started feeling a lot better. Yeah. He actually checked it for me in the office. Like,
Mm.
yeah, yesterday was busy. Even the manager of the volunteer group, because we are under that volunteer department, services department. We are under that group. He really was asking me, this day, Yeah, very busy. So giving me the opportunity to, either use my laptop or something to do little things will help because when I get home, I can't do anything. Stuff.
Sounds
Yeah.
like you know what to do. What are you
Yeah.
gonna do? Okay.
I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna
Yes.
talk to him tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
express what I just told you, and see
Mm-hmm.
what he has to say.
Mm-hmm. And let me know, either email or text, or let me know.
Okay.
I'll do follow up.
Okay.
How's it sound to you?
Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds great. Yeah, I
Okay.
think it's gonna relieve a lot of tension on me right now
Okay.
if I'm able to do this.
Not easy. Oh, a
And
lot
it doesn't
happening.
it doesn't take much, just few minutes, if I get something, I just come and jot it down quickly, you know, on my computer and he knows I'm doing, I'm doing the job very well. I'm doing everything he needs me to do, you know. Uh, uh, okay, that is what I wanted to share with you, and
Thank you. Yeah.
and to seek your advice, what might be the right way to handle it, and I appreciate your
Yeah.
advice.
You know what you do. So that's your right thing to do.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you so much.
How's your boy doing?
He's doing okay. I told you he got sick again, so now he's home. He's not going back to that daycare center. We
Oh
have
my.
concluded he's never going back. Yeah,
Ah.
yeah, he's sick again, so he's home. Yeah, it's a lot of business going on. Yeah, but I have one more question I wanted to ask you. Okay, about the verbatim, you were asking me how do I see myself, and I didn't get it right. You remember you asked me a question and I wasn't getting it.
So the question is, throughout the verbatim, that's a reflection part.
Yes,
Throughout the verbatim, you finish it and you finish a theological reflection.
yes.
And I wanted you go a little bit deeper. How God teaches you, what God teaches you from this story
Mhm.
about you. Get it?
I get it, but not really. So give me an example how such a response would be. Yeah.
Yeah, something like you made a visitation and maybe same from Ghana, and then you notice that that person is one of your theme is justice, being mistreated by employer or some different situation. A patient is there, and then same thing with a stroke at work because too much stress, prior to emergency and being hospitalized. Then you, as you are going there and meeting with him, then you probably emotionally feel connected. Same country, maybe sometimes because same stroke,
Um,
or so emotion comes in. That emotion is unprocessed emotion. You are trying to solve your own problem by giving spiritual care. That's a dangerous thing. That's what we call counter transference. So we try to dig out what is happening me, finding counter transference so that I can provide a better spiritual care for the patient. Okay, that's a story usually goes verbatim. Then as you're coming back, why all of a sudden this patient from same country and here same symptom stroke here at hospital in Kaiser, then you need to think about what God does want to teach me about this encounter. And think about more deeper question is what I found about me When I see same person, same country being mistreated, I'm so angry. That's me. Or I feel so something different feeling, something like that. That's learning about you.
Yeah.
So that patient isn't an accident. For in God's broad plan,
Oh, okay, okay,
He
okay.
was there to teach you about who you are.
And about your experience, right?
So, from chaplain's visiting experience, you are good at analyzing the patient. You're good at it. You have engineer mind. You analyze it, analyze it, analyze it, analyze it. But I want you to go a little bit deeper. Analyze you. Critically analyze you. Can you do that?
Okay. Yeah, it's something that I think I need to work on it more
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The best way to analyze me is not brain, but here. What am I
Yeah.
feeling right now? The name the feeling, then you can ask, why am I feeling like this? So who am I? So it's like analyzing you. You are doing really great analyzing patients, situation, and their faith system, the family. You're doing great. For a different part, analyzing you, what we call that is reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That has to be deeper every moment. Not only you, everybody. We always ask a theological question as a chaplain. What's happening? Why God is bringing this to me? What am I
Oh,
learning? And who am
okay.
I?
Okay. Now I'm getting it now. Yeah.
Say it back to me then, in your words.
And so I need to look into my own self and reflect on why, for example, I made this particular patient
Mm-hmm.
and how this experience is talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
Why God made me to meet this patient at this particular time.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything I need to know
About you.
about me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So God is teaching you through your patient.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes if you go to some visits, you don't feel anything. You're just tired and you can come back. Why? Why I feel just tired? There are tons of things you can reflect. There is resources for your chaplaincy. All chaplains. Socrates said, know yourself.
Know yourself. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're
Yeah.
welcome.
Okay. I appreciate your time. I know it's late in New York now. It's
Yeah,
almost 8 o'clock.
I need to
You need
go
to
home.
get something to eat, and I know you've had a difficult day too. I mean, as you mentioned earlier before the class.
Yeah, I was busy
Yeah.
today.
So
Yeah. Time to go home, get a
yeah,
good sleep, and recharge and working tomorrow. That's
and
my plan.
recharge. Yeah,
Yeah.
for tomorrow. Okay, so I'm gonna send more. I mean, my other stuff and my the outcomes and stuff. I'm working on it. I will send something. I'm sure. I'm not gonna give time, but I'm sure very soon you get something.
Yeah, work on your ACP outcomes slowly, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you
Oh
so
my.
much.
Yeah,
Brother
two more
Ken. God
weeks, two
bless
more
you.
weeks.
2 more weeks, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. Thank you so much. I'm glad I've been able to make it because yeah, it has not been easy trip, but
Yeah.
we are getting to the end. And I thank you and everybody for the support. Yeah, because sometimes I just look at it. Even this week, I was just looking at things and saying,
Mm.
is it the right time to do this? I know I have to do this,
Mm.
but is this the right time?
That's a good question. Let's ask God what God is trying to teach me from this experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why this time?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much, and God bless you and God be with you.
Yeah. Take care of yourself and take care of your family and your boy.
Okay.
And breathe. Do less. Do
Relevant stuff.
remember, do less and do
What is relevant, right? Oh, I forgot. That's why
essential.
I do essential. That's why I forgot. I've written it somewhere. I need to paste it. I need to print it and paste it. Yeah, I forget things very quickly now, but I,
I will remind you again. Do less, do essential.
all right, take care. Do
You
less.
take care.